Chapter 2735. Wang Zheng's expression changed drastically. In his eyes, the essence, energy, and spirit were like a tsunami that swept up from below, shaking the entire Wang family continent. At that moment, the sphere of light above the Wang family's continent emitted a hazy halo that blocked Lu Yin's spiritual force. Not only that, but it was also suppressing him. Beneath Lu Yin's feet, the hellworm roared and extended its claws. Lu Xiaoxian, what are you trying to do? Wang Fan descended and watched calmly. Lu Yin suppressed the caged worm and looked at Wang Fan. It's nothing. I haven't been back in a long time, so I came to visit. Don't disturb my Wang family, Wang Fan said. Lu Yin replied, take care of your juniors. Don't kill them all if I'm unhappy. Wang Zheng clenched his fists, but he did not retort. Lu Yin now had the right to say such things. Wang Fan said indifferently, I hope you can be as arrogant in the endless battlefield. I, Lu Yin, will definitely rebuild the Lu family's glory and sweep away this foul atmosphere. You can all wait patiently, it won't be long. He then ordered the hellworm to head towards Dragon Mountain. The prison flood dragon roared and bared its fangs and claws again. It glared at Wang Fan in a threatening manner before disappearing rapidly. The four-way Libra and Luo Shan had joined forces to defeat the Above Heavens sect, but Lu Yin had already completely fallen out with them, so there was nothing more to say. Now that the Celestial sect had the resources to deal with them, Lu Yin was even more fearless. In the call, all the cultivators had fervent gazes, especially those cultivators who did not belong to the four cardinal scales. They worshipped him from the bottom of their hearts. The Lu family had clearly been destroyed, and Lu Yin himself had clearly not reached the progenitor realm, yet he had directly faced a progenitor and declared that he would restore the Lu family's former glory in the top realm. This was the real Lu Yin, the pathmaster of the above realm. At that moment, a seed was planted in the hearts of everyone who heard Lu Yin's words. One day in the future, this person would definitely fight his way back to the astral trees. On the Wang family's mainland, Wang Su, Wang Yi, and Wang Xiaofan were all present. They watched Lu Yin's departing figure as the gap between them grew larger and larger. The prison flood dragon streaked across the horizon, not hiding its terrifying aura at all. It almost swept through half of the top realm before finally arriving at Dragon Mountain. At the same time, Bai Wangyuan also arrived at Dragon Mountain. Dragon Mountain was silent, and the white dragons looked into the distance nervously. They already knew where Lu Yin was coming from, and the dragon ancestor was dead. Was Lu Yin here to take revenge on Dragon Mountain? Soon after, the prison flood dragon appeared. The instant it stopped, a gust of wind swept past, flipping over quite a few Dragon Mountain cultivators. Bai Wangyuan looked at the prison dragon's head calmly. Lu Xiaoxian, why have you come to the Dragon Mountain? Lu Yin was surprised. Bai Wangyuan, why did you come to Dragon Mountain? Bai Wangyuan's gaze was solemn. Lord Luo has already headed to the endless battlefield. Why aren't you going? Do you really want to go against the orders of a Grand Empyrean? That's my business. What does it have to do with you? Get lost. Bai Wangyuan frowned. You are not allowed to enter this Dragon Mountain. Lu Yin found it funny. When did Longshan become yours, Bai Wangyuan? The dragon ancestor is dead. Your grudge should be over, said Bai Hao. Lu Yin replied coldly, do you think that I would attack the current Longshan? They're just a bunch of trash. What can two half-martial ancestors do with a bunch of trash? Inside the Dragon Mountain, the first elder and Huang, old monster Long, and the others all heard this. Their expressions turned ugly, but they could not refute it. Even Bai Wangyuan was cautious when facing Lu Yin, let alone the rest of them. How could they refute it? Long Ke clasped his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. How arrogant. Long Kue smiled bitterly. Beside him, Tian used his wings to cover his head. The prison Jiao gave him too much pressure, so he did not even dare to show his head. Long Shiping sat beside the stone table quietly. Xiaoqian bit her lips, her face pale. No one made a sound. They were all listening to Lu Yin and Bai Wangyuan's conversation. Bai Wangyuan stared at Lu Yin. Since the grudge has been settled, why did you come to Dragon Mountain? Lu Yin said, I'll say it again. What does it have to do with you? Either get lost or we will fight on Dragon Mountain. Let's not talk about what will happen to Dragon Mountain. Something happens to me and I can't go to the endless battlefield. You will have to answer to the great heavenly venerables. You Bai Wang Yuan will have to go to the endless battlefield in my place. Bai Wang Yuan narrowed his eyes. That doesn't make sense. Then you can try. Lu Yin took out Death God Go Lian and pointed at Bai Wang Yuan. The god's sealing catalog appeared above his head, and golden light scattered across the top realm. Xianxia, Wang Fan and the rest saw this and were surprised. They did not understand what Lu Yin was doing. The prison drake bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Bai Wang Yuan and Lu Yin looked at each other. They did not make a move nor did they retreat. At this moment Grand Elder Anai Huang walked out. She faced Bai Wang Yuan and bowed respectfully. Thank you for your help, Ancestor Bai. However, since Zhou Xian has decided to enter Dragon Mountain, let him come. The White Dragon tribe is not afraid of death. Bai Wang Yuan looked at Grand Elder Anai Huang. Are you sure? Grand Elder Anai Huang nodded. Yes. Bai Wang Yuan sighed. I have been good friends with the Dragon Ancestor for many years. I can't bear to see Dragon Mountain fall. If you need any help, just let me know. The four-way scales will always be the four-way scales. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lu Yin. Zhou Xian, I hope you will do as you say. Indeed, no one can stop you in Dragon Mountain. However, there is still the four-way scales. Lu Yin did not even look at him. He took a step forward, passed by Wang Yuan and entered Dragon Mountain. He only left behind two words. Nonsense. Bai Wang Yuan's gaze turned cold. This person was even more unreasonable than his father Lu Qi. However, he was more patient. Otherwise, he would not have achieved what he had today. Looking back at Dragon Mountain, Bai Wang Yuan shook his head and left. Lu Yin stood in the sky above Dragon Mountain. After Bai Wang Yuan left, he said calmly, Do you really believe that he is helping you? Grand Elder Anai Huang said bitterly, What's the difference between believing and not believing? Dragon Mountain is already like this. Lu Yin looked at Grand Elder Anai Huang. Do you have the confidence to break through to the progenitor realm? Grand Elder Anai Huang looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. If I say yes, will Pathmaster Lu kill me and get rid of the hidden dangers? Lu Yin laughed. I don't care. Grand Elder Anai Huang was surprised. She did not expect Lu Yin to give such an answer. The dragon ancestor is dead. No one in the White Dragon tribe can replace him. In the hearts of Bai Wang Yuan, Xianxia and Wang Fan, the White Dragon tribe is no longer the four-way scales. Even if you break through, it will only give them one more helper. You are incompatible with them, Lu Yin said. Grand Elder Anai Huang's eyes flickered. She looked in the other three directions in the top world and remained silent. The decision to exile the Lu family came from the dragon ancestor. I won't settle the score with the White Dragon tribe. However, if the war on the other side of the battlefield restarts, the White Dragon tribe will be the most miserable. Think about it, Grand Elder Anai Huang. With that, Lu Yin disappeared. Grand Elder Anai Huang heaved a sigh of relief. However, Lu Yin's words made her anxious. The White Dragon tribe that had lost the dragon ancestor was no longer the four-way scales. Even if Bai Wang Yuan and the others said that they would not give up on the White Dragon tribe, it was only on the surface. As time passed, the White Dragon tribe would soon be suppressed by the other three parties. They would become a puppet that was worse than the Lu family and the Nong family. They had no right to speak. It was still fine if he broke through to the progenitor realm. At least he could protect the White Dragon tribe. If he could not break through with the current strength of the White Dragon tribe, they would die sooner or later. Only the dragon ancestor could do the White Dragon reversal. Unfortunately, the battlefield was in another parallel universe. Otherwise, the dragon ancestor would not have died. He had to break through to the progenitor realm and use the White Dragon reversal to stabilize the White Dragon tribe. Otherwise, the White Dragon tribe could not stay in the top world. There were 2 teacups on the stone table. Long she sat quietly. When Lu Yin arrived, he naturally sat across from her. When Xiaoqian saw Lu Yin, her face turned paler. She trembled as she poured tea for him. I thought you had dealt with her, Lu Yin said calmly. Xiaoqian's hands trembled. She hurriedly knelt down. Sect Master Lu, please spare my life. I beg you, I beg you. Long she picked up the teacup and took a sip. Leave. Xiaoqian did not dare to. She continued to kneel and beg for mercy. Lu Yin waved his hand. Xiaoqian swallowed her saliva and got up. She retreated nervously and fearfully until she could no longer be seen. I kept her alive to remind myself not to trust anyone easily. If I find another maid, I will develop feelings for her after a long time. Who knows if there will be problems with that person, Xianxia said. Lu Yin nodded. That makes sense. However, after a long time you will lock your heart away. Xianxia looked at the teacup. What's the use of opening it? Lu Yin regretted it. He should not have said that. He did not know how to respond. What plans does the White Dragon tribe have? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia shook her head. I don't know. The ancestor is dead. We should leave. Go to the middle world. Descend to the mortal world. Lu Yin was surprised. Is it your idea or someone else's? Xianxia looked at Lu Yin. The four scales have always been divided into strong and weak. My White Dragon clan was the weakest, but because of the ancestor's existence, the difference wasn't that great. However, after the ancestor's death, the frigid immortal sect Shenwu Plain and the Wang family all divided up the resources that originally belonged to my White Dragon clan. We left the name of the four scales empty, but we didn't even have a progenitor. Why don't we descend to the mortal world and wait beside the ancestral Mang? With the connection between the White Dragon tribe and the ancestral Mang, no one will dare to touch us. That's why I'm asking. Is it your idea or someone else's? Lu Yin asked. Xia's tone was gloomy. It's mine. Lu Yin was not surprised. The others don't agree? Xia shook her head. Father was the first to object. Lu Yin was disdainful. Could value status too much. Does he really think he's still the White Dragon tribe's patriarch? His current status is even lower than Bai Ting's. Bai Ting still has Bai Xianer. At this point he felt that something was wrong. Wasn't he comparing Xi to Bai Xianer? As expected, Xi's expression turned ugly. Lu Yin hurriedly said, That's not what I meant. You're younger than Bai Xianer. Wait, that's not right. The White Dragon tribe lived for a long time. Xi might not be younger than Bai Xianer. Xi said, I understand. Father is still the patriarch. Elder Ni Huang doesn't intend to leave either. I have no choice. Lu Yin asked, Is there any chance that Elder Ni Huang can break through to the progenitor realm? Xi looked at Lu Yin and did not say anything. She just stared at him. Lu Yin was amused. Do you think I'll kill him to solve the problem? Probably not. Xi said. Lu Yin was helpless. Definitely not. No one believes you. Xi said. Lu Yin exhaled and took out the other pupil. You know this, right? Chapter 2736. Xi looked at the strange eye and stood up in shock. This is the ancestor's strange eye? You don't misunderstand. I have nothing to do with the dragon ancestor's death. I just happened to obtain this strange eye after his death. Why are you so nervous? Is it useful to you? Lu Yin was curious. Xi's breathing quickened. It's the ancestor's world. Lu Yin was shocked. This is the ancestor's world? He did not expect this at all. Logically speaking, the ancestor's world should have disappeared after a person died. However, Lu Yin immediately thought of the symbol ancestor and Hui ancestor. Were they dead? If they were dead, why did the power to change the world still exist? If they were not dead, where were they? This theory did not make sense. If it was correct, it could only mean that the symbol ancestor and Hui ancestor were not dead. He hoped that was the case. This is indeed the ancestor's world. Father mentioned it by chance. With it, the White Dragon clan will open the path to the progenitor realm. We will definitely be able to reach the progenitor realm in the future, Xi said. Lu Yin stretched out his hand. It's yours. Xi looked at Lu Yin in a daze. Lu Yin smiled. It's mine. Why are you being so polite? It clearly belonged to the dragon ancestor. Xi wanted to say something, but Lu Yin made her feel like she was being taken care of and protected. This strange eye was extremely valuable. Was he giving it to her just like that? She slowly stretched out her hand and stopped on the strange eye. Are you really giving it to me? What else? I went through so much trouble to come to the top realm. Did you think I was just arguing with Bai Wang Yuan? Lu Yin said. Xi smiled. She had not smiled in a long time, but at this moment she was very happy. It was as if she had vented many years of anger. Seeing her smile, Lu Yin also felt comfortable. This strange eye was useless to him and holding it made him panic. Although he had checked it and found that it did not have self-awareness, holding an eyeball felt uncomfortable. Since it was useless to him, it was better to give it to Xi. I don't know how to use it, Xi suddenly said. Lu Yin was surprised. Why? Do you want to cultivate to the progenitor realm? She said, I don't have that ambition. It's just that it's not suitable for me. After all, it belongs to the dragon ancestor. I'll use it. She hesitated and did not say anything. Lu Yin did not ask further. Do as you wish. It's useless to me anyway. Consider it a gift from the dragon ancestor to the white dragon tribe. She said to Lu Yin seriously, no matter who it is, the white dragon tribe will remember this favor. If the Lu family is exiled, the white dragon tribe will give you an explanation. After Lu Yin left, he did not take Xi's words to heart. As for the vengeance of the Lu family being exiled from the dragon ancestor, how was he going to take revenge when the dragon ancestor was already dead? Regardless of whether it was First Elder Ni Huang or Old Monster Long, none of them had the right to participate in the banishment of the Lu family. Lu Yin didn't have the habit of implicating others. However, he would not help the White Dragon race. He would help Shi. The life and death of the White Dragon clan had nothing to do with him. After Lu Yin left, Ku arrived and asked, What's Lu Yin doing here? Shi said faintly, To watch a joke. Ku frowned. Don't talk nonsense. Shi looked at Ku. He wants us to go to the fifth mainland. Ku shook his head. Wishful thinking. Great Elder Ni Huang will definitely be able to break through to the progenitor realm. My white dragon tribe is still one of the four sides of the balance, so how can we rely on him? What a joke. With that he left. Soon after, Great Elder Ni Huang also came. He also wanted to know what Lu Yin was here for. She did not tell him either. She would hand over the other pupil to Great Elder Ni Huang, but not now. Handing it over now would not benefit Lu Yin at all. She had to wait until the White Dragon tribe was in danger. She had to wait until the White Dragon tribe saw the other three tribes clearly and was forced to the edge of the cliff by the other three tribes. Only then would she hand over the other pupil. Only then would the White Dragon tribe remember Lu Yin's kindness. Brother Zhou Xian, I will definitely do my best to help you, she muttered to herself. In the Three Sovereigns universe, at the corner of the rainbow wall, figures came one after another. Everyone had a solemn expression and did not say a word. If one looked closely, they would realize that these people's gazes were more or less filled with anxiety. Occasionally, a group of people would come. These people all had a murderous look on their faces, as if they were unwilling and resentful. There were also people who came here to heave a sigh of relief. When they looked back, it was as if they were being chased by something, but they quickly became anxious again. This was the place that led to the endless battlefield. There was a man at the corner. He was rather old and looked at the people who came here with a smile. There are more and more of them. How interesting. Every time I see this scene, I feel especially comfortable. I wonder how many of these people will die and how many will return, the man said. A few people walked out from behind him. Don't gloat. You and I came here in the same way back then. If not for our good luck, we would have died in the endless battlefield long ago. How would it be our turn to send them in? Be careful. It's not safe to send people in. They might appear on the battlefield of extreme powerhouses and die without knowing how they died. The person who said this was a woman. She had a beautiful appearance, but her skin was dark and there were scars everywhere. These scars were all from the endless battlefield. These people each corresponded to a parallel universe of the endless battlefield. They were responsible for bringing people in. The Six Directions Guild and the 62 parallel universes formed the huge endless battlefield. Countless Eternals Corpse Kings were scattered. They could enter the endless battlefield from the Six Directions Guild. Those who had made a mistake, offended someone they should not have offended, escaped, or reached the end of their life would all enter the endless battlefield. The endless battlefield was a place that all cultivators had to enter. There were cultivators entering at all times to ensure that they could fight against the Eternals. That place was the largest samsara grinder. At the corner of the rainbow wall, Qinlu quietly looked down. He still hadn't arrived. Could he not be coming? No one dared to go against the Grand Empyrean, and even Lord Luo had entered long ago. This was already the third day. If he still didn't come and offended the Grand Empyrean, then he would be finished. Qinlu was nervous. He hoped that Lu Yin would come and enter the endless battlefield smoothly, but he also hoped that Lu Yin would not come and be killed by the Grand Empyrean. If that happened, no one would know about his cooperation with this person. 3 days ago, the battle outside the Rainbow Wall had completely awakened him. Even extreme powerhouses could die easily and he did not want to die. At that moment there was a commotion below. Qinlu looked down and frowned. It was not him but Songbai. Songbai was a half-martial emperor from Mohe courtyard. She had reached the end of her life and had to enter the endless battlefield. Most of the people below were ordinary cultivators, and very few of them were at the ruler's realm, let alone a half-martial emperor. Songbai's appearance naturally garnered their respect. The few cultivators who were supposed to lead these people to the endless battlefield also hurried over to pay their respects. They did not have any special privileges and were merely road signs. If Songbai was unhappy, no one would find trouble with him even if he killed them. At worst he could just find a few more road signs. There were too many people who wanted to become road signs, and it was better than fighting in the endless battlefield. Songbai was depressed. He was surrounded by cultivators who were bowing to him, but his mood did not improve. He had to go to the endless battlefield again and it had not been that long since he had gone there. The last time he had fought in the endless battlefield was unforgettable, and he hoped that he could return alive this time. These weak people. The cultivators envied him and he envied them as well. When the strong fought against the strong, his opponents were on the same level as him, and these weak cultivators' opponents were on the same level as them. They would not die so easily. Of course, this was just Songbai's own opinion. Which parallel universe do you belong to? Songbai asked. Since he could not change anything by going to the endless battlefield, he would choose a better parallel universe. The road signs were different every time and no one could operate them. He could only rely on his luck. I correspond to the Grand Spirit Universe, someone answered. I correspond to the Flowing Universe. I correspond to the Sky Spider Universe. I correspond to the Small Spirit Universe. I correspond to the Great Stone Void. There were a total of 5 people and they spoke of 5 parallel universes. Songbai's gaze swept over them. He had heard of the Grand Spirit Universe. Generally, there did not seem to be any powerful enemies. He had never heard of the Flowing Universe, but he had also heard of the Sky Spider Universe. It was said that there were powerful sky spiders inside, and the Eternals mostly faced these sky spiders. However, these sky spiders were also enemies of humans and were not easy to deal with. The Small Spirit Universe? There did not seem to be any powerful enemies in this universe. He could go there. As for the Great Stone Void, he would not go there even if he was beaten to death. He had heard that extremely powerful people had died in the Great Stone Void. He must not go to such a place. He was about to make a decision. At this time someone came from afar and appeared here in the blink of an eye. It was Lu Yin. This was the 3rd day and it was time for him to go to the endless battlefield. After Lu Yin arrived, he looked directly at Songbai. Are you the one who will take me to the endless battlefield? He was not clear about the process of going to the endless battlefield. He only knew that he had to gather here and the most powerful person here was Songbai. Songbai frowned. This person did not seem to have cultivated the sovereign aura. Who are you? You are not from the 3 Monarchs universe. Lu Yin knew Songbai. He was an old acquaintance. He was the only one here who was at the level of a demi-ancestor. He should be the one leading the way. No, Lu Yin said. Songbai was surprised. Where are you from? Lu Yin frowned. I'm asking you. Are you the one who will take me to the endless battlefield? How dare you offend Lord Songbai? Someone jumped out to express his loyalty and many people around came forward to scold Lu Yin. They all wanted to rely on powerhouses to protect themselves in the endless battlefield. Songbai, a demi-monarch, was everyone's target. Songbai looked at Lu Yin coldly. No manners. Let him go to the Great Stone Void. He can be taught a lesson there. At the back, one of them responded respectfully. Is Lord Songbai. Songbai held his head high. This was his authority. As a demi-monarch in this 3 Monarchs universe, other than the 3 Monarchs and Lord Qinlu, who could ignore him? This person dared to offend him. Although it was not easy for him to deal with him because he was going to the endless battlefield, it was impossible for him to return after going to the Great Stone Void. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. The Great Stone Void. It seemed that this Songbai was the one leading the way. There were 62 parallel universes in the endless battlefield. This person asked him to go to the Great Stone Void. This Great Stone Void should be quite dangerous. In that case, he could actually choose which parallel universe to go to. Thinking of this, Lu Yin walked towards Songbai. 2 people appeared and scolded. Boy, get lost. Lord Songbai doesn't want to see you. Another person also said, if you don't want to die so quickly, get lost. Don't let Lord Songbai get tired of you. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Chapter 2737. Lu Yin ignored them and took a step forward, appearing in front of Songbai. The two were at a loss. Where was he? No one in the surroundings reacted. Songbai stared blankly at Lu Yin, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. He subconsciously retreated and was on high alert. You. He wasn't stupid. To be able to cultivate to the demi-monarch level, he had struggled back from the brink of death many times. Although he had relaxed a bit after reaching the demi-monarch level, the string in his brain suddenly tightened when Lu Yin approached him at a speed he couldn't see. This person was definitely not simple. Who are you? Songbai shouted. The surrounding people all looked over and their expressions changed. When did this person appear in front of Lord Songbai? There was a problem. This person was an absolute expert. The two who had cursed Lu Yin immediately felt their legs go soft as they looked on in fear. Lu Yin calmly looked at Songbai. Do I have to ask this question 3 times? For the last time, were you the one who brought me to the endless battlefield? Songbai suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, You are Lu Yin from the Origin Space? The surrounding people were shocked and looked on in shock. The Origin Space. Most people didn't know Lu Yin's name, but some had heard of him and knew that he had been punished by the Grand Empyreans to the endless battlefield. This person was Lu Yin? No matter what Lu Yin's cultivation was, he had been directly punished by the Grand Empyreans. How many people in the Sixth Direction Association had the qualifications to be punished by the Grand Empyreans? Just this point alone was unimaginable. Songbai also knew that Lu Yin had been punished along with Lord Luo for the crime of causing a conflict between 2 spacetimes. This person was able to confront Lord Luo. Lu Yin coldly stared at Songbai and raised his hand, placing it lightly on Songbai's shoulder. Songbai wanted to dodge, but Lu Yin's movements were clearly slow. He couldn't dodge and allowed the hand to land. The next moment, a heart-wrenching pain came from his shoulder and a shattering sound came from it. His face was pale and he struggled to retreat. However, his shoulder seemed to be fixed in the void and the pain intensified. At this time he had no intention of attacking. This person wasn't someone he could contend against. The only thing he could do was beg for mercy. Master Lu, I was blind and didn't recognize you. Please forgive me. I am Songbai, please forgive me. The surrounding people slowly retreated and looked on in horror. Songbai, a demi-monarch, couldn't even retaliate. Lu Yin gripped Songbai's shoulders. Looks like you want me to ask a 4th time. Songbai reacted and hurriedly replied, No, it's not me who will bring you there. It's these people. They are the road signs to the endless battlefield. As he spoke, he glared at those people. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Quickly answer Master Lu's question. Those few people were also stupefied. After being questioned by Songbai, they hurriedly repeated their previous answers. Only then did Lu Yin loosen his grip. Songbai subconsciously wanted to escape, but he also wanted to go to the endless battlefield. How could he escape? Where could he escape to? Above, on the rainbow wall, Qinlu watched quietly. This person still came in the end. In that case, let's hope that he would die in the boundless battlefield. Lu Yin listened to their words and looked at Songbai. Analyze it. Songbai didn't dare to delay and hurriedly helped him analyze the situation. It was only then that Lu Yin realized that the danger levels of the 62 parallel universes were completely different. In Songbai's words, it was best not to go if one had never heard of it before. No one knew if it was dangerous or not. De Shikong would not go even if he was beaten to death. Extreme powerhouses had all died there and no one knew what had happened there. The only ones left were the Grand Spirit Universe and the Small Spirit Universe. These 2 universes are very ordinary. I've never heard of any major battles and there are almost no extreme powerhouses. If you stay here until the end with Master Lu's cultivation, there won't be much danger. You can even purge the Eternals in these universes and let them light up. Songbai said respectfully as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. This person was too unreasonable and had almost crippled him. He was going to the endless battlefield. However, the only disadvantage of these universes is that it's very difficult to gain merit because the enemies you face are not strong. Lu Yin asked, In my situation, how long will I have to stay in the endless battlefield? 10 years, Songbai replied. Lu Yin frowned. 10 years was too long. His original identity didn't matter, but as Xianxia he couldn't stay in seclusion for that long. Although cultivators stayed in seclusion for a long time, he was afraid of accidents. The existence of spies was something that many people couldn't deal with. Once there was a clue to an important spy, nothingness might be able to find him. Songbai seemed to see through Lu Yin's dilemma and said, "Actually, following the road signs to the endless battlefield is just a process. Even if you reach a certain parallel universe, if you don't want to stay, you can still go to other parallel universes through the portal. It's not fixed. For most people, the first choice is naturally those ordinary parallel universes. If you want to gain merit, you can go to other parallel universes through the portal." Lu Yin nodded. "That's not bad." Songbai smiled. "Not bad? Wrong, very wrong." He had lied to Lu Yin, but it wasn't really a lie. This was indeed a method. However, there was a taboo in the endless battlefield, and that was to avoid using the portal to go to other parallel universes as much as possible. This was because the endless battlefield's most contested areas were the portals. Whether it was humans or Eternals, as long as they had the chance, they would snatch the portals or destroy them. In other words, the portals were one of the most dangerous areas in the endless battlefield. If one recklessly went through the portal, it was very likely that they would encounter powerful enemies as soon as they came out. Songbai hoped that Lu Yin would encounter an extremely powerful corpse king and destroy it. Qin Li's expression changed when he heard Songbai's words. This guy was really scheming. He had casually mentioned that if Lu Yin really wanted to leave the endless battlefield early, he would have to pass through the space-time portal, and there was a possibility that he would encounter a strong enemy. Songbai hoped that he would encounter an extremely powerful corpse king. Anyone who had been to the endless battlefield knew about this taboo. However, taboo was only taboo and not a rule. It wasn't stated clearly, so Lu Yin naturally didn't know. It didn't matter if he didn't know. He just needed to find someone who knew. Lu Yin sized up Songbai. "Your cultivation is not bad. Go to the Great Stone Void and gain merit for humanity." Songbai's expression changed and he pleaded, "Master Lu, how can I go to the Great Stone Void? There are extremely powerful battlefields in the Great Stone Void. Master Lu, this. Lu Yin raised his hand again and placed it on Songbai's shoulder. Songbai trembled and looked at Lu Yin in fear. The road signs had strange expressions. Songbai had relied on his own strength to make others go to the Great Stone Void, but now he was being forced to go there. This Songbai was really unlucky. "You don't want to go to the Great Stone Void?" Lu Yin smiled. Songbai stared blankly at Lu Yin and shook his head decisively. Lu Yin grunted. "Then follow me." Songbai was stunned. Qinlu was also stunned from above. He hadn't expected Lu Yin to do this. The surrounding people looked on enviously and speechlessly. Two of the most powerful experts were cooperating just like that. Songbai was dazed. "Master Lu, I follow you?" Lu Yin said, "Yes. It seems like this isn't your first time going to the endless battlefield. Lead the way, I'm not familiar with it." Songbai hurriedly refused. "Master Lu, with your relationship with Lord Luo, I wouldn't dare." Lu Yin patted Songbai's shoulder. "I have a good relationship with Luo Shan. Don't be deceived by appearances." "Right, that's it. Don't worry, I'll protect you in the endless battlefield." Songbai was about to cry. He didn't want to be protected. He just wanted to be far away from this person. "Master Lu, Lu Yin's eyes suddenly widened as an indescribable might descended and pressed down on Songbai. This was the might of a progenitor. Lu Yin had fought against half-ancestors and progenitors for many years. He had cursed the 9 mountains and 8 seas, the 3 venerables and the 9 sages. This might was not something Songbai could withstand. As the might descended, Songbai's heart trembled, and his entire being was shrouded in despair. "It's decided then." This was what Songbai had heard, and there was no way he could refuse. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lu Yin. Even Qinlu narrowed his eyes. His heart had just trembled. This person had probably killed an extremely strong powerhouse before. The might only lasted for an instant. Lu Yin glanced up and saw Qinlu. Qinlu looked at Lu Yin quietly. The two did not speak. Not long after, the people who were leading the group to the endless battlefield spoke up. "Everyone, time is up. There are 3 people who did not arrive in time, and they will be investigated by specialized personnel. If they deliberately do not come, they will be killed without mercy." Now please choose the parallel universe you wish to go to. There are 39 people present. We will go to 5 parallel universes, and at least 7 people will go to each parallel universe. Please choose. Everyone was wary of each other and looked around. The De Kong was obviously the first to be eliminated, but 7 people had to go to the De Kong. This was a competition. The cruelty of the endless battlefield had begun from this moment onward. Lu Yin pressed his hand on Songbai's shoulder. You choose. Where to go? Everyone looked at them and no one could compete with them. Songbai thought for a moment. The Little Spirit Universe. He had heard of both the Grand Spirit Universe and the Little Spirit Universe, but he had never been there. Judging from the names, the Little Spirit Universe might be safer. Among the people leading the way, a man walked out and said respectfully, Pathmaster Lu, Lord Songbai, please follow me to the Little Spirit Universe. Songbai's expression looked better. It was fine as long as they did not go to the De Kong. There was a battlefield with extremely strong powerhouses, and the higher the cultivation the more dangerous it was. Let's go, Songbai said. The man said, we are still missing 5 people. Take us there first. Songbai's tone was not good and he wanted to leave as soon as possible. These people were laughing at him. He didn't want to go there twice. Although the small spirit spacetime is not dangerous, going to a parallel spacetime is random and uncontrollable. He is not sure if the position he appears in will be safe. Of course he will go there once. Lu Yin glanced around. You come with us to the Little Spirit Universe. Those who were named by Lu Yin were those who had not scolded him before, or even sympathized with him. With Lu Yin's cultivation he could see them all at a glance. The 4 people were overjoyed. Thank you, Pathmaster Lu. Thank you, Pathmaster Lu. The person who led the way was also relieved. Thank you, Pathmaster Lu. As the void tore, Lu Yin and the others disappeared. After they left, the remaining people began to fight. Without Lu Yin and Songbai they were relieved. Chapter 2738. In the low bushes, a figure walked slowly, crushing the trees. The figure was only a meter tall, but compared to the surrounding bushes, it was like a giant. This was a strange place. The trees were like bushes and ordinary people were like giants. The figure stopped from time to time as if looking for something, and then turned and went in another direction. Directly in front, a small figure was hiding in a cylindrical bush, trembling constantly. Through the gaps in the trees, it saw the figure going in another direction and breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a scarlet vertical eye appeared in front of it, staring at it. The small figure was shocked and kept retreating out of the bush. This was a person who looked no different from an ordinary person, but was only the size of a palm. And the figure that crushed the shrubs and trees was surprisingly the Corpse King. The Corpse King stared at the palm-sized person condescendingly and raised his hand to grab it. The palm-sized person screamed in horror and took out a small bow and arrow to shoot. It was only the size of a palm, but the power of the arrow was not weak. It pierced through the Corpse King's palm and brought out blood. But after the arrow, the palm-sized figure was exhausted and couldn't run. The Corpse King grabbed it and exerted force in his palm. With a crack, blood flowed along his 5 fingers. The Corpse King opened his hand and the figure was shattered. Wiping it on the ground, the Corpse King continued to walk forward. This was the Little Ling Universe, one of the endless battlefields. The void cracked and a few figures fell. It was Lu Yin and the others. Looking around, Lu Yin was surprised. What is this? This was an abandoned city that had been deserted for a long time. In the endless battlefield, abandoned cities were not rare, but the buildings in this city were very strange. Many of the buildings were only waist-high and the tallest building was only 10 meters. The doors, windows, landscape buildings and so on seemed to have shrunk. The person who brought them here looked around and breathed a sigh of relief. We are lucky that we are not on the battlefield. Master Lu, Lord Songbai, this is the Little Ling Universe. The locals of the Little Ling Universe are only the size of a palm, like elves, and good at bows and arrows, so the buildings here are all like this. I have completed my mission, so I will go back now. If you need anything, just find the locals. It is easy to distinguish who is an enemy and who is a comrade in the endless battlefield. Lu Yin asked, how is the battle merit calculated? That person replied, it's the parallel universe's responsibility to gather information and confirm military achievements. Songbai said, because there are too many people entering the endless battlefield every day. It's impossible for everyone to have an identity card and there's no need for that. This is a life and death smelting ground. Many people just want to make it back alive. They don't even think about earning merits. For the majority of people, military achievements are something that cannot be sought after. Those who want to obtain military achievements are not simple themselves. It is very easy to distinguish them. Rather than calling it a battlefield, it would be more accurate to call it a millstone of life and death. This was not a real battlefield but a place of slaughter. That person left. The others looked at Lu Yin as if they wanted him to be their leader. Naturally, Lu Yin couldn't take them with him. It would already be good enough if he could bring them to the safest place in the miniature spirit dimension. His domain spread out as he searched for the people from the miniature spirit dimension. Found it. He grabbed Song Bai and disappeared. Far away, on a meteorite in the starry sky, several palm-sized figures were fighting with the Corpse King. There was even a normal person among them who had fallen to the ground and could not get up. He was seriously injured. The Corpse King waved his arm, pushed away the arrows and smashed a palm-sized figure with a punch. In the blink of an eye, there were only 2 palm-sized figures left. They stood beside the person who fell to the ground and stared at the Corpse King. Their eyes were filled with fear and determination. They raised their bows and arrows and their trembling arms held the arrows tightly. The Corpse King approached step by step and raised his hand. 2 arrows were shot out and were easily deflected by the Corpse King. At this time a gust of wind blew through the void. It was black and visible to the naked eye. There was a gust of wind sweeping through the starry sky. This phenomenon was not normal. As the black gust of wind swept through, the upper body of the Corpse King disappeared and was completely shattered, leaving only the lower body. The person lying on the ground breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 palm-sized figures were also completely paralyzed and fell next to the person. At this time, Lu Yin arrived with Song Bai, which aroused their vigilance. Seeing that it was not a scarlet eye, the person who fell to the ground was overjoyed. "Are you here to support?" Lu Yin nodded. "It seems that we didn't make a move. What's the matter with that black wind? Who are they?" He looked at the 2 palm-sized figures. The person who fell to the ground struggled to get up and coughed. Blood flowed down his throat and he could barely make a sound. "Let them explain." The palm-sized figure soared into the sky and looked at Lu Yin and Song Bai. "Thank you for your support. We are little spirit people. My name is Tuo Mu." The other spoke. "My name is Tuo Chu. That black wind is a gravitational wind unique to our little spirit dimension. If the body can't withstand it once swept by the black wind, it will shatter." Tuo Chu spoke. "That's why our bodies are so small. We are all normal people." "It's great that you came. How many people came this time?" Lu Yin, 6. Tuo Chu wailed. 6? So few. Song Bai, "What's the situation in this space-time?" Tuo Mu said bitterly, "We can't defeat the Eternals. Originally, the Eternals' Corpse Kings had no advantage in our space-time, but they captured Second Elder and the others and transformed them into Corpse Kings. We are constantly retreating and are about to retreat to Green Tea Star. That is the place where our space-time gathers information. Once Green Tea Star is taken by the Eternals, we will completely lose contact with the Six Direction Society." Tuo Chu said, "Forget about the red color. If the Six Direction Society sends people to attack, they have a way to fight back. But if they can fight back in this space-time, our little spirit people may be wiped out." Song Bai's face turned ugly. How did they encounter such a thing as soon as they arrived? The person who fell to the ground spoke with difficulty. "Nothing can happen to Green Tea Star. Nothing can happen to the space-time portal. Otherwise our Six Direction Society will lose this space-time. Are there any Immortal Realm powerhouses who came this time?" Only Immortal Realm powerhouses can deal with the Eternals." Lu Yin asked. "Are you from the reincarnation space-time?" Song Bai said, "In order to make it easier to confirm, the endless battlefield is divided by the realms of the reincarnation space-time. The Immortal Realm is the half-monarch space-time realm." The person who fell to the ground looked at Lu Yin and the others expectantly. Lu Yin said, "Don't worry, there is." Song Bai thought, "Not just the Immortal Realm." This person next to him pointed at the nose of a Yuan sage and scolded him. He could probably fight against an extremely strong powerhouse. That's good. Go and support Green Tea Star." The person who fell to the ground heaved a sigh of relief. After he finished speaking, he slowly collapsed. Fresh blood kept gushing out and could not be stopped at all. Lu Yin took out an elixir that had been upgraded and fed it to him. That person, he shook his head and said bitterly, "It's useless. My life force has been cut off. It's impossible to save me. Thank you." The meteorite flew in a certain direction. Tuo Mu and Tuo Chu stood beside that person and looked at him sadly as he breathed his last. Although it was sad, they were used to it. This was the battlefield. Go. Bring us to Green Tea Star. This is an immortal realm powerhouse. He can help. Lu Yin pointed at Songbai. Tuo Mu and Tuo Chu looked at Songbai in surprise. Really? You are an immortal realm powerhouse? Songbai glanced at Lu Yin and nodded. Yes. Then let's go. The two anxiously pointed in the direction and led Lu Yin and Songbai forward. The tiny spirit dimension was not small. Even with Songbai's half-ancestor cultivation, it was not that fast to travel across it. However, they encountered many battlefields along the way. But Tuo Mu and Tuo Chu did not stop. Green Tea Star was the most important. Lu Yin looked at these two people. He had seen them before under the He-Ran staircase. At that time he was quite surprised as he did not expect them to be people from the tiny spirit dimension. This spacetime should be doing well before it came into contact with the eternal race and the Six Direction sect. However, once it came into contact with these two behemoths, it could only become an endless battlefield. If one side was not eliminated, this spacetime would always be a battlefield. He was right to make Xiao Yin's proposal fail at all costs. He could not help others, but the origin space must not be a battlefield. Will this spacetime fight with the eternal race first or come into contact with the Six Direction sect first? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Tuo Mu and Tuo Chu were at a loss, indicating that they did not know. Songbai whispered, this spacetime was first discovered by the eternal race, and then the Six Direction sect found it. If not for the Six Direction sect, this spacetime would have been occupied by the eternal race. Lu Yin understood. No wonder these people were so happy to see them. If they had been conquered by the Six Direction sect like the drifting cloud space and then became one of the endless battlefields, their hatred for the Six Direction sect would not be much less than the hatred for the eternal race. He did not know how many of the 62 parallel spacetimes were like this. In the distance, a black gale swept through the starry sky like dark clouds. It was frightening to look up. Just under the black gale, a series of planets extended into the distance. At this moment, a great battle was happening on these planets. Zombie kings, lesser spirits, and humans were fighting each other. On the centermost planet, arrows were sweeping and attacking each other. Every collision caused the void to distort and spread out countless cracks. There was killing all around. Zombie kings prostrated themselves and fought with humans and lesser spirits. In the distance, there was a tall tower that stood upside down as if the earth was the sky. At the bottom of the tower, countless lesser spirits rushed out. They gritted their teeth and looked death in the face. Quickly go and support the 3 stars of green tea. The people there can't hold on much longer. The void god on green tea's 5th star has shattered. The people who came to support them are dead. Are there any more reinforcements? There are cultivators coming from the nearest spacetime entrance number 2, but there are no immortalization realm experts. It will take them 2 days to get here. With a bang, the wall shattered. The arrows shot through the tower and the earth, heading toward the black gale above. After entering the gale, the arrows shattered into pieces and fell down like meteors of death. Countless lesser spirits were affected and smashed into a pool of blood. The earth was dyed red. Chapter 2739. Inside the tower, an extremely beautiful and adorable woman rushed out and looked into the distance. Grand Elder. In the distance, half-martial ancestors were clashing. One side was from the eternal race while the other side was from the small spirit tribe. It was the small spirit tribe's Grand Elder. Retreat. Planet Green Tea can't be defended. Leave through the second spatial gate, the Grand Elder shouted with his back facing the woman. The woman's eyes glistened with tears. Grand Elder, this is our home. It'll be too late if we don't retreat now. The second elder has been transformed into a corpse king and cultivates the eternal race's battle techniques. He's not someone I can resist. I can only hold him off for an hour at most. Retreat quickly and regroup with the humans. Join us. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at the Grand Elder. It was the former second elder Ling Shi, who was now a half-martial ancestor of the eternal race. You can't escape. Ling Shi, do you really want to exterminate the small spirit tribe? the Grand Elder roared. Xianxia opened his arms. Behind him, the small spirit tribe members who had been transformed into corpse kings released their hands. Arrows that blotted out the sky turned into a torrential rain that swept into the distance. Regardless of whether they were corpse kings, humans, or small spirit tribe members, they were all enveloped by the rain of arrows. The eternal race is the only race that can live forever. What's wrong with joining the eternal race? Xianxia, you're too stubborn. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia pushed forward. The black gravitational wind formed an inverted cone and was pulled by the arrows like a tornado. On the other side, Xianxia gritted his teeth and also pulled the gravitational wind. Around them, the Six Direction Society cultivators retreated. They had to guard against both the eternal race and the gravitational wind. The entire battlefield was littered with corpses. The gravitational wind that filled planet Green Tea seemed to have turned the world upside down. The two tornadoes attracted everyone's attention. Both the humans and the eternal race retreated, not daring to get close to the center of the battlefield. Xianxia's arms trembled. He was already heavily injured and could not fight against Xianxia, let alone this kind of killing move that consumed the most energy. Chi-Chi, retreat immediately. Listen to me. I can't block this arrow. I'll definitely die. However, Xianxia doesn't dare to shoot this arrow carelessly. I'm just holding on. Retreat immediately, Xianxia urged in a low voice. The woman's hands flashed with light and she poured into Xianxia's body. However, her strength was too weak. Xianxia's strength. Hearing the Great Elder's words, the woman could only wipe away her tears. Her gaze was firm as she said, I understand, Great Elder. Take care. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the pagoda. All around, the little spirit tribe members received the order and retreated into the pagoda. The reinforcements from the Six Direction Society did the same. On this battlefield, there were only a few hundred reinforcements from the Six Direction Society. Most of them had already died. In the boundless battlefield, the Hexagon Society is the dominant force, but it is divided into every parallel universe. Unless it is the kind that is hostile to the Hexagon Society, for parallel universes like the Little Spirit Universe, the reinforcements from the Hexagon Society listen to the Little Spirit race. Even so, the reinforcements from the Six Direction Society were not few in number. It could only be said that too many had died in battle. These people didn't want to die, but on this battlefield they could either surrender to the Eternals or fight to the death with the Eternals. These were the only two options. Escape was impossible. Anyone who escaped from the boundless battlefield would end up in an extremely miserable state if they were discovered. The Six Direction Association had plenty of ways to find out. All of the small spirit race people and the reinforcements of the Six Paths Society retreated into the tower. Xianxia looked up. It seems that you can't hold on any longer. Are you going to cover their retreat? Above his head in the gravity wind, a figure slowly descended. The Great Elder with scarlet vertical eyes felt his scalp tingle and his face turned pale. This corpse king could walk out of the gravity wind and he knew too well what it meant. It meant that this corpse king had an unimaginably strong physical body. In the history of the Little Spirit Universe, no one had ever been able to walk in the gravity wind. Inside the tower, the woman also stared blankly at the corpse king in the sky. How could this be? Were they really going to destroy the Little Spirit race? Clearly, they had paid a huge price to destroy a powerful corpse king before, and the Great Elder was seriously injured because of it. Then Xianxia appeared, relying on his understanding of the Little Spirit race. He killed all the way to Green Tea Star. That was not all, another powerful corpse king appeared. Even if the two Immortal Realm reinforcements from the Six Direction Society were no match for it, they couldn't escape. In the corner, two people retreated to the shadows at the same time, looking at each other in surprise. You want to leave too? One of them whispered, not daring to attract attention. The other person said, Of course I want to leave, or do you want to wait for death? Not afraid of the Dominator? What's there to be afraid of? Then let's go, these people can't live anymore. At this moment no one cared about them. Everyone looked nervously at the slowly descending corpse king. The shadow of death completely shrouded them. The arrows of Xianxia and Xianxia released at the same time. Two arrows that drew the gravity wind whistled toward each other, splitting the dark gravity wind in the sky into two and colliding with each other. The sky trembled, Green Tea Star cracked, and a huge crack appeared in the void, spreading far away. The killing power of the collision between half-martial ancestors made countless people tremble in fear. Under the premise that the progenitor realm did not appear, half-martial ancestors were already quite powerful. How many progenitors could there be in the entire Six-Direction Society? Half-martial ancestors were already the decisive force in the parallel spacetime war of the endless battlefield. The two arrows collided in midair. Under the pressure of gravity, with the collision of the arrows as the center, a visible airwave was formed that pressed in all directions. The earth shattered and continued to expand, eventually forming a violent wind that swept across the entire battlefield, tearing apart many eternal corpse kings. Blood splattered in the sky. A layer of the earth was cut open. A series of planets were directly shattered in half. Cracks spread out in the void like a spider's web. One arrow shattered, while the other shot towards the psionic Grand Elder. Grand Elder Lingshi saw the arrow approaching and there was no way to avoid it. He really couldn't hold on. Inside the tower, the woman screamed, "Grand Elder!" Grand Elder Lingshi's heart sank to the bottom. It was finally over, but he didn't expect to die under the arrows of little Lingshi. The arrow whistled and shattered at the moment when it was about to pierce Grand Elder Lingshi's head. Grand Elder Lingshi was confused. Why did it shatter? On the opposite side, Lingshi was also puzzled. His arrow should be able to kill Lingshi, so why did it shatter? At the same time, the corpse king that brought the shock and walked out of the gravity wind fell to the ground. Two people and two palm-sized figures walked out from behind. It was Lu Yin and the others. Just now, everyone was attracted by the arrows of Lingshi and Lingshi, so they didn't notice it. Now that they found it, they were all stunned. For little Lingshi, the gravity wind was an uncontrollable celestial phenomenon. It was because of the gravity wind that the people in this spacetime grew shorter and shorter. They evolved from a normal person to a palm-sized person who could ignore the gravity wind. Ordinary people who came to little Lingshi would easily be blown to death by the gravity wind. The corpse king could walk in the gravity wind, which shocked little Lingshi as much as the sudden appearance of an ancestor powerhouse. But this powerhouse died just like that. Lu Yin raised his foot and stepped over the corpse king. He had to admit that this corpse king's physical strength was extremely strong. Even he had to struggle to attack it. However, the corpse king that ambushed him on the mainland was still far inferior. Songbei looked at the battlefield, especially at the state of Lingshi. He was a little shocked. This was the endless battlefield. They were obviously powerhouses of the same level, but they were already exhausted. If they had come a little later, they would have died. He was glad that Lu Yin had followed him. Otherwise, if he had come to support little Lingshi alone, he would have faced the corpse king and the powerhouse of the same level as the little Lingshi. He would have died here. Then let's clean it up. Lu Yin suddenly spoke and looked at Lingshi. Lingshi raised his hand and shot an arrow. A demi-ancestor's strength was enough to kill an emissary. Lu Yin was not even a demi-ancestor, so he should not be a match for Lingshi. However, as soon as the arrow was shot, Lingshi retreated. He knew very well how strong the corpse king was, but this person had dealt with it. He was not someone Lingshi could deal with. Lu Yin casually grabbed the arrow, crushed it, and then raised his palm. Ignoring the fact that the vacant palm was extremely fast and was an invisible palm print, just the spatial lines that Lu Yin could see were enough to make it impossible for an ordinary cultivator to dodge even one of his attacks. The clear sky palm hit Lingshi's back without any obstruction, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His entire body cracked. Lingshi was shocked. He endured the heavy injuries and tried to escape. However, the second palm came from above and crushed Lingshi to death on the ground. Lu Yin had only used 2 palms in total. This demi-ancestor of the little Lingshi was not very strong. He could not compare to Xiaji, let alone Lu Bujing and the other celestial sect demi-ancestors. 2 palms had destroyed Lingshi. Lingshi and the others were completely shocked and stared blankly at Lu Yin. Was this an extreme powerhouse? With Lingshi dead, the remaining eternal corpse kings hurriedly retreated. Songbei, take care of them, Lu Yin said calmly. Songbei respectfully acknowledged, and his monarch's aura swept out to clean up the battlefield. With his demi-ancestor cultivation, it was easy for him to deal with these corpse kings. Lu Yin walked over to Lingshi. Tuo Mu and Tuo Chu hurried over to support Lingshi. Grand Elder, are you all right? Lingshi waved his hand and bowed respectfully to Lu Yin with Tuo Mu and Tuo Chu supporting him. Little Lingshi greets Senior. Lu Yin looked at Ling Shi's serious injuries and took out a pill for him. I'm not a senior. Ling Shi gratefully accepted the pill and swallowed it without asking what it was. The pill was very large compared to his body, and his face immediately became rosy after eating it. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said gratefully, "If you hadn't arrived in time, my little Ling Shi would have been in danger. I didn't expect the Six Paths Association to send such a powerful supporter. Thank you." In the distance, a group of people walked out from the tower and looked at the battlefield. Ling Shi turned around and ordered, "Why aren't you cleaning up the battlefield?" Everyone quickly rushed to the battlefield, but there was no need for them. Songbai's monarch's aura had already taken care of the remaining corpse kings, and his powerful aura shocked them even more than Grand Elder Ling Shi. They all stared blankly. When did such a powerful supporter come to the little Ling Shi dimension? And there were two of them at once? From the crowd, a palm-sized woman walked out and bowed to Lu Yin. "Little Ling Shi, princess of the little Ling Shi dimension, thanks Senior for saving her life. Thanks Senior for saving our lives." All the little Ling Shi dimension people bowed. Those from the Six Paths Association bowed at the same time. "Thanks Senior for saving our lives." Lu Yin waved his hand. "There's no need for that on the battlefield. Thank you for your support, brothers. The baby is about to be born and I have to accompany the birth for the next few days. It's very tiring. Thank you for your support, brothers." Chapter 2740. Soon after, Green Tea Planet began to reorganize itself. The people of Little Spirit Clan and the people of Six Paths Society went in all directions, converging with the people who had gathered from afar, and began to reclaim the Little Spirit spacetime. Lu Yin also learned about the calamity that had befallen the small spirit spacetime. The Eternals were unlucky. They had spent a lot of time transforming Ling Shi and the other small astrals into corpse kings. They could have taken down the miniature spirit spacetime, but because of Lu Yin's appearance they had failed. Half an hour after the war ended, Green Tea Star's Intelligence Gathering Center received a report from the Six Direction Union. Princess Lingqi and Grand Elder Ling Ning stared blankly at the report. That Mr. Lu actually has such a great background? Lingqi was shocked. The report introduced Lu Yin's identity in detail. Actually, it wasn't his fault that the information came so late. It was impossible for the Six-Way Gang to tell the endless battlefield's parallel spacetime in detail about the reinforcements every single time. Reinforcements were reinforcements. If it weren't for the fact that the Little Spirit Tribe was facing a life-and-death crisis and had requested for reinforcements multiple times, the Six-Way Gang would not have sent over Lu Yin's information. As for Lu Yin, the Six-Way Society's attitude towards him was still unknown, let alone the endless battlefield. "Chi-Chi, don't tell Zhang Yang about Mr. Lu. Don't tell anyone." The great elder of psionic power was stern. Ling Qi nodded and burned the information. 2 days later, reinforcements from the second spacetime entrance arrived. There were more than 100 of them, and the leader was a half-martial ancestor. Using the endless battlefield's samsara spacetime classification system, he was the Immortal transformation realm. When this Immortal becoming expert arrived, he realized that the battle had ended. After chatting with Ling Ning and the others, he found out that an expert had arrived ahead of time. This person wanted to meet Lu Yin and the others, but Ling Ning hurriedly told him Lu Yin's identity. That person immediately left, as if avoiding a snake or scorpion. Lu Yin himself did not know that his reputation in the Six Direction Union was so great. News of him scolding a Yuan sage had already spread far and wide. News of him being punished by a great heavenly venerate had also spread far and wide. "Mr. Lu." Ling Qi arrived behind Lu Yin and bowed politely. Lu Yin said indifferently, "That Immortal transformation realm left?" Ling Qi nodded and curiously looked at the tall person in front of her. This person's name alone could scare off degenerate Immortal realm experts. According to the information she had received, this person was someone who could fight with the three monarchs, Spacetime Luo Jun, and had even caught the attention of a Grand Empyrean. How could he be so powerful? Lu Yin turned around and looked at Princess Lingqi. Lingqi was staring at him blankly, but when she saw him suddenly look over, she blushed and hurriedly lowered her head. Lu Yin smiled, sat down and extended his hand. Lingqi blinked and looked at the palm in front of her. She then looked at Lu Yin with an adorable expression. "You can come up." Lu Yin smiled. Lingqi looked at Lu Yin's palm again. "Can I?" Lu Yin nodded. Ling Qi pursed her lips and her body floated in the air. She carefully wiped her shoes and then carefully stood on Lu Yin's palm. She then looked at Lu Yin with a happy expression. Lu Yin raised his hand and looked at Ling Qi at eye level. I've met someone from your tribe before. In the Six Directions Guild? Ling Qi asked. Lu Yin nodded. There are many people from our clan in the Six Directions Association. Mr. Lu, where did you see them? Hyperspace. Ling Qi thought for a moment. That should be Xiao Wu and the others. They love to dance and their laughter is very pleasant. Lu Yin recalled that every time he came to the staircase, he would see these little fairies dancing happily and hear their laughter. They are. Can you come back at any time? Ling Qi nodded and smiled. Sure. Looking at Ling Qi's smile, Lu Yin's mood also relaxed. He chatted with Ling Qi for a long time. Gradually, Ling Qi was no longer reserved and jumped on Lu Yin's palm. She liked Lu Yin very much. This person had saved the lives of their clan. He did not have the arrogance of a senior master. The masters who had supported the Six Directions Association were all very serious. How could they be so young? Over the next few days, Lu Yin often chatted with Ling Qi. Sometimes Grand Elder Sai would also come and let Lu Yin know a lot of things. For example, he could directly connect to the Gemini universe through the miniature spirit universe. Once the Eternals in a parallel universe were completely eliminated, that parallel universe would light up with a green light. The so-called green light was on the Six Directions Association's side and represented the state of a certain time period. Even if the green light only lit up for a second, it still counted. If a person could make 3 adjacent parallel universes light up with a green light, they could leave the battlefield, which was a huge contribution. Songbai had also said this. Lu Yin thought about it seriously and made 3 adjacent parallel universes light up with a green light. If these 3 parallel universes were the same as the miniature spirit universe, it would not be difficult. However, Grand Elder Sai reminded him not to be impulsive. How could the difficulty set by the Six Directions Association be so simple? According to the rules, every 3 parallel universes had one that was difficult to deal with. They were connected to the Gemini universe, and the Gemini universe was connected to the Great Stone Void. When Songbai heard that the Gemini universe was connected to the Great Stone Void, she began to persuade Lu Yin not to be impulsive. Staying in the miniature spirit universe was not bad and he could go back after 10 years. Lu Yin knew that this was the safest way. Unless a progenitor came to the miniature spirit universe, he would be very comfortable for the next 10 years. Looking at the endless battlefield, although there were many progenitors, there were quite few who were equally divided into 62 parallel universes. It was impossible for each parallel universe to be divided into one. Often, several progenitors could fight in a parallel universe. The war in the miniature spirit universe did not require Lu Yin to take action. Songbai sighed. She did not expect to be so leisurely in the endless battlefield. Mr. Lu, let me take you to a place. Ling Qi found Lu Yin and was very happy. Lu Yin smiled. Under Ling Qi's guidance, they came to a very beautiful and endless flower bed. There were all kinds of flowers blooming in the flower bed. They were colorful and light spots danced like fairies. These flowers were not big for Ling Qi and the others. In Lu Yin's eyes they were like sesame seeds, but the endless flower bed still looked very beautiful. Did you plant this? Lu Yin asked. Ling Qi nodded and leaped over the flower bed. Her body rotated and light spots gathered around her, forming a pattern that looked like wings. It was very cute. Our miniature spirit tribe will plant a flower here when we grow up and pray for the beauty of life. Lu Yin squatted down and looked at the flowers in front of him. The beauty of life? He saw something tied to a flower path. His domain swept across it. It was a strip of cloth with words on it. The domain continued to spread and every strip of cloth tied to the flower path had this line of words. He did not know the language of the miniature spirit tribe, so he asked Ling Qi. Ling Qi said, "Pray that peace will return to our hometown and that there will be no more Eternals." That's what it means. Lu Yin was surprised. That's what all the wishes here are. Ling Qi smiled and nodded. Yes, that's our greatest wish. A long time ago the Eternals started a war against us. Since then our space-time has never stopped fighting and we've always been at war. Therefore, every miniature spirit tribe member's greatest wish is peace. Lu Yin looked into the distance. The flower bed was boundless. Countless miniature spirit tribe members had been born over the years, and all of them wished for peace. This was the simplest wish, but it was also the most difficult to achieve. How many miniature spirit tribe members are left now? Lu Yin asked. Ling Qi was dejected. Not many. If not for Mr. Lu's timely arrival, perhaps only those from the Six Paths Society would be left. The miniature spirit tribe members in our spacetime would have been wiped out. Before this, many parallel spacetimes were conquered by the Eternals. Lu Yin asked, will the Eternals establish an eternal kingdom? Ling Qi was confused. What eternal kingdom? Lu Yin was stunned. Didn't the Eternals establish an eternal kingdom in all parallel spacetimes? The fragrance of the flowers was refreshing. People always had beautiful wishes, but for some, wishes were just wishes. However, these wishes were not difficult for Lu Yin. At least, it was not difficult under the premise that there were no Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings. After staying on Green Tea Planet for a few days, the miniature spirit tribe members gave Lu Yin a very comfortable feeling. Perhaps it was because they were small and cute. No matter what, it was something that could be easily solved. As for whether or not he should go to the Gemini spacetime, he would see when the time came. Mr. Lu, there are more beautiful flowers over there. I'll take you there. Ling Qi turned around, but Lu Yin was no longer there. Mr. Lu? Meteorites smashed into the planet from the Corpse Kings. On the planet, arrows were shot out and meteorites exploded, piercing through the earth. Wars appeared in various parts of the miniature spirit spacetime. The miniature spirit tribe members and the cultivators from the Six Paths Society fought to the death with the Eternals. The war was endless. Lu Yin's figure appeared, and with a wave of his hand the Corpse Kings disappeared. Then he left. The miniature spirit tribe members stood on the planet and stared blankly. Where were the Corpse Kings? The same scene happened in various parts of the miniature spirit spacetime, and the Eternals were constantly being destroyed. Songbai was also ordered by Lu Yin to deal with the Eternals everywhere. Lu Yin was not afraid that he would run away. This was the endless battlefield, and there was no place safer than following him. Even if he ran away from the endless battlefield, he was afraid that Lu Yin would go to the Three Sovereigns spacetime to find trouble. Lu Yin was someone who could scold Lord Luo, so why would he care about Songbai? Songbai was both glad and sad to be able to follow Lu Yin. He felt that Lu Yin might not stay in the miniature spirit spacetime for long, and he really did not want to go to other parallel spacetimes. If Lu Yin had not followed him and he had come to the miniature spirit spacetime alone, he did not know what would have happened. In just 10 days, Lu Yin had wiped out the Eternals in the entire miniature spirit spacetime, shocking the miniature spirit tribe members. In the tower on Green Tea Planet, Ling Qi solemnly sent a message to the Six Paths Society. The miniature spirit spacetime could be given the green light. In a mysterious place in a parallel spacetime, a screen of light stretched into the distance. This was the place where the endless battlefield's information was gathered. All the information that was transmitted from the endless battlefield's parallel spacetimes to the Six Paths Society would be gathered here. Those that needed to be sent to the Six Paths Society could be sent back. Most of the information did not need to be sent back to the Six Paths Society and was directly dispatched here. This place was not only the place where the information was gathered, but it was also the command center of the entire endless battlefield. Strangely, there was not a single man here. All of them were women wearing black trench coats. Each of them had a solemn expression as they stared at the screen. Their gazes were firm and there was not the slightest ripple in their eyes. Chapter 2741. Bamboo Spacetime has sent a request for reinforcements. Number 17-1-2-2. Would you like to send reinforcements? Send reinforcements immediately. Pass the order. Number 17-2-3-1. Send reinforcements. Peacetown Spacetime has recovered the Shaoxing battlefield and can reinforce the nearby spacetime. Immediately report the location of Peacetown Spacetime where reinforcements are needed. Report number 35-1-1-1. No need for reinforcements. It's a waste. Solve it yourself. Information from the Sky Spider spacetime. A sky spider nest has been discovered. It is suspected that a large number of sky spiders of the near celestial realm have gathered there. Should we retreat? Retreat to the Sky Spider spacetime immediately. This can also attract the Eternals to the Sky Spider nest and let them take care of themselves. Crisp voices kept ringing. Information from various parts of the endless battlefield and from the Six Directions Society were sent to the endless battlefield. These women in black trench coats handled the information in an orderly manner. No matter how fierce the battle was, it could not affect their emotions. Suddenly, a green light lit up, illuminating everyone. Everyone looked over in surprise. The green light meant that a certain parallel spacetime had eliminated the Eternals. This was not easy. It was not difficult for a powerhouse to eliminate a parallel spacetime, but there must be a chance, and the Eternals would not give them a chance. All the women looked behind them. There was a woman with a slim figure lying there. She was wearing a black trench coat and a black-brimmed hat that covered her cheeks, making it impossible to see her face clearly. When the green light lit up, it illuminated the black-brimmed hat. Her snow-white arms stretched out from the black trench coat. She pushed the brimmed hat away and looked at the green light. Which one? The woman's voice was cold and calm. A woman bowed. Small spirit spacetime. The woman got up, revealing her beautiful face. However, this face was bone-chilling. It was not her gaze or temperament, but her appearance alone was enough to make people feel cold. She was beautiful, but she was so beautiful that it made people feel cold. Did Daoist Lu from the origin space go to the small spirit spacetime? The woman asked. As he arrived 16 days ago. The information was sent to the small spirit spacetime. The woman looked at the light screen. A full 16 days. How disappointing. I thought that it would take at most 3 days to eliminate the small spirit spacetime. Send the information back to the Six Direction Society and see how those people react. Yes, my lord. The information would be sent to the Six Direction Society at the same time from the gathering point, and after the Six Direction Society received the information, they would immediately send it to a specific person in this space-time. And this kind of special person was equivalent to an extreme expert. In the virtual God universe, Limitless Void, who was lying down and drinking, received a message. Is there a green light? To be able to confront that fellow Zhou Xian, it's not strange for the green light to be given. Far away, Su Wei also received the information and did not care. As for the primordial space, these extreme experts would not be affected by the reincarnation spacetime. They did not hate it, nor did they feel close to it. It was just a parallel spacetime. When the Void Master received the news, he smiled. He had been paying attention to the situation in the primordial space. To be honest, he had not expected Lu Yin to actually reject the Shaoyin divinity's suggestion and forcefully protect the primordial space. Although he had been punished to go to the endless battlefield, Luo Shan had followed him and the crisis had been resolved. Although the Shaoyin divinity had been praised, he would definitely not be able to interfere with the primordial space's situation for the time being. It was no wonder that Lu Yin was able to become a Dao Lord, even though his cultivation was a bit low. However, they weren't stupid. If they really wanted to go against the Grand Empyrean, even Gu Shan wouldn't be able to protect the Above Heaven sect. The Grand Empyreans had plenty of ways to get rid of him. Dao Lord, these two words can't be used casually, the Void Master muttered to himself. In the Lost Clan, Grand Elder Shan Gu summoned Shan Jing. Is Shan Pu in the endless battlefield? Shan Jing calculated. According to the time, it should be him. Tell him to find someone called Lu Yin and protect him secretly. No matter who is in trouble, nothing must happen to this child, Shan Gu said sternly. Shan Jing was confused. Lu Yin? I seem to have heard of him before. Oh right, it's that primordial space Dao Lord, right? The Shaoyin divinity suggested to include the primordial space into the endless battlefield. I specially checked. Isn't this Lu Yin the Above Heaven sect Dao Lord in the primordial space? Grand Elder, why are you protecting him? He did not know that the person who had drawn out the ancient card was Lu Yin. Just like the Shaoyin divinity and the others, only Shan Gu and the Void Master knew about this. Shan Gu originally wanted to tell Shan Jing, but when he heard what Shan Jing said, he said indifferently, the Shaoyin divinity's hand has stretched too far. We have to protect the person he wants to deal with. Shan Jing was confused. Was that so? It sounded far-fetched no matter how he heard it. Shan Gu glanced at Shan Jing. I have my reasons for doing so. Go and inform Shan Pu. I said that no matter who is in trouble, nothing must happen to Lu Yin. I guarantee in the name of the Lost Clan that this child must come out of the endless battlefield alive. If you are not confident, I will go personally. Shan Jing was shocked. He had never seen the Grand Elder so serious. He knew the seriousness of the matter. Understood. I will inform Shan Pu immediately. He was not stupid. If he knew that Lu Yin was Xianxia, he would have guessed the reason. However, he did not know. As far as he knew, Lu Yin, the Tao Lord of the Origin Space, had nothing to do with the Lost Clan. Not to mention the Lost Clan, any of the parallel universes of the Six Direction Society seemed to have nothing to do with the Origin Space. He could not understand why the Grand Elder cared so much. Guaranteeing in the name of the Lost Clan was equivalent to swearing an oath. Since the Grand Elder did not say, he would not ask. He had to think about how to tell Shanpu. Shangu watched Shanjing leave inside. The endless battlefield was an extremely dangerous place. If not for the fact that he did not want to be targeted, he would have directly interfered with the Grand Empyrean's decision. He had been keeping an eye on the happenings in the Origin Space. This Lu Yin had handled it well. It was wise not to go against the Grand Empyrean, and it was not shameful. The Grand Empyrean was in existence of the same generation as their primogenitor. As for the Shaoyin divinity, it was time to teach him a lesson. Although Lu Yin had overestimated the importance of the ancient card, he had still underestimated it. Although his strength was comparable to an ordinary progenitor's, his horizons had not reached a certain height. The ancient card and the sequence particle represented a height that he could not reach at the moment. In the hyperspace, Bai Qian looked at the report and looked up. At the bottom of the stairs, the little Ling clansmen were dancing and singing happily. Lu Yin had finally made a move with his identity. The Six Direction Society was going to be lively. When Xianxi's identity overlapped with Lu Yin's, that would be the beginning of the universe's transformation. She was looking forward to that day. Before that day arrived, Bai Qian looked up at the void. She should make preparations early. In the Three Sovereigns spacetime, Qinlu had also received the report. Before he had broken through to the extreme realm, he had only occasionally received information that was related to him. Information about the other endless battlefields had not been sent to him. But now there was information about the endless battlefields. He had a share of everything, no matter how big or small. Qin Li's gaze turned cold as he watched Lu Yin light up the little Ling spacetime. He desperately hoped that the Eternals would destroy this brat so that his matter would be hidden forever. In the reincarnation spacetime, the Shaoyin divinity naturally received the report as well, but he did not care. He had been to the little Ling spacetime before, and he could have given it the green light when he passed by, but he was afraid of attracting the attention of the Eternal's 7 sky gods. It was not surprising that Lu Yin could give the green light to the little Ling spacetime. Only when the green light was given to 3 parallel spacetimes could one leave the endless battlefields, and every 3 parallel spacetimes had one that was extremely difficult to deal with. This was the rule of the endless battlefields. If this person did not intend to leave the endless battlefields, then he could stay in the little Ling spacetime for 10 years. If he intended to leave, the Shaoyin divinity's gaze turned cold. Xiaogu. Xiaogu appeared and bowed respectfully. Master. Have all the supporters of the reincarnation spacetime in the 3 parallel spacetimes adjacent to the little Ling spacetime to withdraw. Xiaogu nodded. The little Ling spacetime was now in a sea of revelry. The Eternals were completely expelled. Although they would definitely come back later, at least for the time being, the little Ling spacetime would have a period of peace, and all of this was given by Lu Yin. The Psionic Grand Elder, Princess Lingqi, and countless little Ling clansmen bowed to Lu Yin and thanked him from the bottom of their hearts. Lu Yin left the next day. He decided to go back early and try to give the green light to the 3 parallel spacetimes. Otherwise, Xianxi's identity would be easily exposed. Songbai's face was bitter. He did not want to leave. He wanted to stay in the little Ling spacetime for 10 years. There was nothing safer than this. But in the end, he was taken away by Lu Yin. Looking at the spacetime passage in front of him, it was exactly the same as the passage connecting the 3 monarch spacetimes and the Genesis space. They were clearly parallel spacetimes, but they could still be connected. The universe was really strange. Space and time could be materialized in the universe, and they could only be quantified. Lingqi was very reluctant to see Lu Yin leave. Although she had only spent a short time with Lu Yin, this person was the benefactor of their entire clan. After Lu Yin left, the Psionic Grand Elder ordered a statue of Lu Yin to be built to commemorate his achievements. In the countless years of the endless battlefield, the little Ling spacetime had been rescued by many cultivators from the Hexagon Society, but Lu Yin was the first one to save them from death and give the little Ling spacetime the green light. Other powerhouses had never done this for them, even if they had the ability. On the other side, Lu Yin had already arrived at the neighboring Gemini spacetime through the first portal. Before coming, he had learned that the Gemini spacetime was not unfamiliar to the Little Ling spacetime. After all, they were neighboring spacetimes and had supported each other before. The biggest characteristic of this spacetime was that people born in this spacetime must be twins. This was something that many people did not understand. Why were they twins? This was also the origin of the spacetime's name. Not only that, but there was also an even more magical characteristic that made the Gemini spacetime more famous in the Hexagon Society. That was, any one of the twins could instantly switch positions just like a spatial transfer, and two people could be swapped. When the Gemini spacetime was first discovered, the Hexagon Society was very surprised and sent many people to study it, but they still could not understand it. In the end, it was left unsettled. Because of the Gemini spacetime's characteristics, there were also quite a lot of cultivators in this spacetime that resisted the Eternals. The number of cultivators in this spacetime was also terrifying. Correspondingly, the Eternals had placed an endless number of corpse kings in the Gemini spacetime. Chapter 2742. This was a huge battlefield filled with corpse kings and countless cultivators. Some of these cultivators came from the Six Directions Association, but most of them were from the Gemini universe. Lu Yin saw the Gemini universe cultivators take action, and they could exchange positions with each other halfway through the battle. It was very magical. This characteristic was like the rules of the universe, including the fact that one must be born as a Gemini. It was also the rule of this spacetime. The universe was so magical that it gave birth to all kinds of rules. He took action, and Songbai also entered the battlefield under his orders. In this spacetime there were no progenitor powerhouses, so Lu Yin could run rampant. He originally thought that it would be easy to eliminate the Eternals in this spacetime, just like the miniature spirit universe. However, he underestimated the difficulty of the Gemini universe. Although there were no powerful Eternal Corpse Kings here, there were too many of them and they were spread throughout the entire spacetime. It would not be easy to eliminate them. After he cleared the battlefield, the first news he received was that the cultivators from the reincarnation universe had left and headed to other parallel spacetimes. The Six Directions Association had invested no less than 100,000 cultivators in the Gemini universe, and when the cultivators from the reincarnation universe left, they took away nearly half of the Six Directions Association's cultivators. Lu Yin did not need to guess to know that it had something to do with the Shaoyin divinity, but it did not matter as it would just take a little more time. The Gemini universe and the miniature spirit universe were adjacent to each other, and the number of cultivators from the Six Directions Association's reinforcements was so big that it fully differentiated the characteristics of the two spacetimes. There were too many Eternal Corpse Kings in the Gemini universe, and the miniature spirit universe itself contained the wind of gravity, which was not something that anyone could get used to. This led to the difference in the number of cultivators supported by the two spacetimes. Songbai told Lu Yin that every parallel spacetime of the endless battlefield had a large number of cultivators supporting them, and the most important thing was that they were endless. It was a nightmare for the 62 parallel spacetimes of the endless battlefield, and it was also a nightmare for the Six Directions Association's parallel spacetimes. Even a half-step monarch like him did not dare to come. Lu Yin's battle in the Gemini universe began. There were many corpse kings and Lu Yin could destroy a large number of them. Years of cultivation allowed him to quickly adapt to this kind of slaughter with almost no resistance. If the corpse kings did not die, humans would die, and this was the only choice. Lu Yin was not a saint and he had no way of turning a corpse king into a human. Perhaps they were worried that Lu Yin wouldn't contribute, or perhaps they were too eager for the green light to light up in their own space-time. But the Gemini universe's twin half-ancestor elders took Lu Yin to see what the Eternals had built, a place that resembled an eternal kingdom. Here Lu Yin saw the Eternals' research on the cultivators of the Gemini universe. Cruel was the only way to describe it. In the words of the twin elders of the Gemini universe, ever since the Gemini universe became an endless battlefield, the number of people who died at the hands of the eternal race could not be remembered clearly. This was also a production area for the eternal race to transform corpse kings. Describing it as a place of origin was unpleasant to hear, but it was also very appropriate. Beneath the city, Lu Yin saw countless Gemini cultivators being transformed. There were simply too many of them. These cultivators were left to the Gemini universe to deal with, while he continued to clean up the Eternals. 10 days, 15 days, 20 days. Until 2 months later the information gathering place finally lit up for Gemini universe. The woman in a black trench coat and a brimmed hat had a strange look in her eyes. The most troublesome thing about the Gemini universe is not the powerful corpse kings, but the number. The number is indescribable and difficult to find. This Master Lu was able to clean up the Gemini universe in just 2 months. Even the strongest may not be able to do it. This person is right to enter the endless battlefield. Which parallel universe is the Gemini universe connected to? A woman replied, the Great Stone Void, the Dark Space-Time. These two space-times, no matter which one it is, are not easy to deal with. He can't light up the green light for any of them, but he can also be a powerful helper if he goes to support them. It depends on which one he wants to go to. As she spoke, the woman was quite expectant. In the primordial space, there existed an extremely glorious sect that even the eternal race retreated from. In that era, humans were at their peak. Whether it was the reincarnation universe or the eternal race, any spacetime had to pay homage to the sect. She wanted to experience the extreme glory of prosperity once, but it was a pity. In the Gemini universe, Lu Yin stood calmly with a pair of elder twins behind him. Songbai was also standing not far from them, and her expression was extremely ugly. Ordinary people can survive in the Great Stone Void, but cultivators must carry stones on their backs to resist the murderous aura that is everywhere. This murderous aura does not come from the eternal race, but from the Great Stone Void itself. Only the strongest can rely on themselves to resist it, but that also depends on the strength of the murderous aura. Rumor has it that there was once an extremely strong cultivator who was severely injured by the murderous aura and ultimately died in a sneak attack by the eternal race. If you want to go to the Great Stone Void, it's best that you find a suitable stone for yourself through the people of the Great Stone Void. Otherwise, when the murderous aura descends, you will have to face the eternal race at the same time. It's too dangerous. Lu Yin looked at the two elders. Even now he was still amazed. These two elders were exactly the same and they had the same cultivation. They could even swap places with each other. Were these the laws of this spacetime or were they artificially modified? He knew about the sequence particles, and it was only then that he truly understood what it meant to change the world. Xianxia's divine martial sword domain that covered the starry sky was not changing the world at all. It was just using the ancestral realm to cover it. Even the symbol progenitor's rune lines were not changing the world. They were also covered by rune lines. The true change of the world was to change the inherent laws of the universe. The laws of the Gemini universe did not seem like they originally existed in the universe. The laws, which were the sequence particles, might be a kind of program to some people that could be changed according to their wishes. This was what it meant to change the world. Has the Great Stone Void ever lost an extreme powerhouse? Lu Yin asked. Yes, the Great Stone Void is one of the more difficult spacetimes to deal with in the endless battlefield. It is confirmed that there is a battlefield of extreme powerhouses. Lu Yin frowned. This was troublesome. The existence of a battlefield of extreme powerhouses meant that the eternal race was willing to place a progenitor realm corpse king in that spacetime. This also meant that they would not give up on that spacetime. Once he took action, even if he dealt with the progenitor realm corpse king, the next to appear might be the 7 sky gods. When he thought of the 7 sky gods, he became fearful. Outside the Starfall Sea, the corpse god's strength was still fresh in his memory. He definitely could not deal with any of the 7 sky gods, and it would be difficult to even resist them. Sir, are we going to the Great Stone Void? Songbai was terrified. Her face was pale as she asked, and her eyes were filled with apprehension. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. We still need a green light. Songbai was immediately frightened. This is not a matter of the green light. Sir, there is an extreme powerhouse in the Great Stone Void and there is definitely an extreme powerhouse corpse king. It is an extreme powerhouse on the same level as the 3 venerables, 9 saints and the 3 sovereigns, sir. Lu Yin frowned and glanced at her. Songbai immediately shut up, but her pale face became even more unsightly. She looked at the twin elders as if she was asking for help. The elder coughed. Actually, when we Gemini time, the void also leads to another parallel space-time. Songbai's eyes widened and almost glowed. Really? Which parallel space-time? The other elder looked at Songbai sympathetically. The dark space-time. Songbai opened his mouth wide. He wanted to slap these 2 old things. Lu Yin was curious. The dark space-time? That name is quite strange. Songbai wailed. "Sir, we can't go to this space-time." The elder replied respectfully, "The dark space-time is the same as the Great Stone Void. It is one of the more difficult spacetimes to deal with in the endless battlefield. It is a nightmare for countless people. Although the dark spacetime is not as certain as the Great Stone Void, there is an 80% chance that there is an extreme powerhouse there." "There is definitely one," Songbei shouted. Lu Yin looked at him. "Do you understand?" Songbai's face was bitter. "I heard from Lord Qinlu that the people in this dark spacetime can only live in the shadows. They are good at assassination and all kinds of strange means. It is difficult for ordinary people to see a normal person there. It is a battlefield for assassins. The Sixth Direction Association sends many troublesome people who want to be executed there. The Eternal Race also sends a large number of strange corpse kings there to fight in the dark spacetime. Lord Qinlu said that he almost died there. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to escape. Normal cultivators can't live for more than an hour in that place. More importantly, there are definitely monsters like the Great Stone Void there." This is what Lord Qinlu said. The Gemini Time Elder said, "Indeed, not only the Sixth Direction Association but also the spacetimes around our endless battlefield. People who are good at assassination and have strange talents are sent to the dark spacetime. There is a strange millstone of life and death there. Although there has been no earth-shattering battle, but..." After hesitating for a moment, the other elder said, "Even we don't want to go there." "It is the extreme powerhouses who don't want to go there," Songbei said. Lu Yin muttered to himself. This was troublesome. One was the Great Stone Void and the other was the dark spacetime. Neither seemed to be easy to deal with. "If I have to choose one, I still recommend the Great Stone Void," the elder said. Songbei glared at him fiercely. If he had to recommend one, he felt that the little spirit space was a good choice. Lu Yin also felt the same. If the dark spacetime was really so strange and there were powerhouses like the Great Stone Void there, it would be dangerous for him to go there. On the other hand, although the Great Stone Void was certain that there were extreme powerhouses on the battlefield, he had fought with them more than once or twice. If he really couldn't do it, he could retreat. "Do you know who the extreme powerhouse of the Sixth Direction Association is?" Lu Yin asked. "Hyperspace, a super-large carrier of the feed technique." Lu Yin was surprised. Hyperspace had 3 super-large carriers of the feed technique. One was in the drifting cloud space, one was in the hyperspace frontline battlefield, and one was in the hyperspace frontline battlefield, suppressing the Eternals from entering. But the last one was here? The Great Stone Void situation is special. The carrier of the feed technique can exert the attack power of an extreme powerhouse, and it doesn't have to bear the killing intent. This is why it can safely guard the Great Stone Void, the elder said. Another elder said, "But it is not easy to make the Great Stone Void light up. The carrier of the feed technique's attack is too deadly. If the extreme powerhouses of the Eternal Race want to avoid it, it is not difficult. Because it is a neighboring spacetime, we have also been to the Great Stone Void and have some understanding of it." Lu Yin decided, "Let's go to the Great Stone Void." Songbai's face turned pale. "Lord Lu, what about me?" Lu Yin glanced at him. "There is no need for you. Just stay here." Songbai let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Lu, thank you." Chapter 2743. Lu Yin did not want Songbai to die either. Although they were enemies with the 3 monarchs, Songbai was not of much use. However, as a half-ancestor, she was still very useful in the Gemini universe and miniature spirit universe. It would be a pity to send her to her death. Facing a battlefield of extreme powerhouses, he was not confident that he could protect this person. Soon after, Lu Yin came to the Gemini Universe 2 portal. After 2 months of killing, the portal lit up, and he did not know how long more corpse kings would come. Many cultivators from the Gemini universe, as well as the cultivators from the Hexway Society, looked at him as he passed through the spatial gate and entered the Great Stone Void. Lu Yin took a step and left the Gemini universe, arriving at the Great Stone Void. As soon as he arrived, he felt uncomfortable as if he was in a swamp. But now was not the time to think. A huge scarlet vertical eye appeared in front of him. Lu Yin's pupils shrank sharply as he stepped backward, his figure twisting. A palm fell from where he was standing, tearing through the void. It came from an ancestral realm corpse king, and the overwhelming pressure almost sent Lu Yin flying. Lu Yin did not even have time to move the spatial lines. Fortunately, he stepped backward and disrupted time to avoid the attack. The Corpse King looked back, its scarlet vertical eye staring at Lu Yin as if it did not expect Lu Yin to avoid it. Lu Yin frowned as he stared at the Corpse King. Songbai had warned him that passing through the portal would sometimes lead to attacks. Whether it was the Eternals or the Hexagon Society, they would often leave traps in the portal to catch the other party off guard. Therefore, there were two places in the endless battlefield that were most important. One was the place where information was gathered and the other was the portal. Whether it was the Hexagon Society or the Eternals, they would try their best to control these two places. Lu Yin exhaled. This was definitely an ancestral realm Corpse King, but why did it only have one eye? And it looked like it had been injured. Die. The giant Corpse King raised its hand to grab Lu Yin. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. He did not expect to encounter an ancestral realm creature as soon as he arrived. This great stone void was more dangerous than he had imagined. He did not meet the giant Corpse King head-on, but instead constantly avoided it. The giant Corpse King was agile but Lu Yin was faster. Especially since he could see through space no matter how fast the giant Corpse King was, it could not hit him. Lu Yin tentatively struck out with his palm, leaving a palm print on the giant Corpse King's body, and forcing it back a step. It didn't seem like much. This Corpse King was not a progenitor, but a monster that possessed the physical strength of a progenitor. Ordinary progenitors might not be able to take it down so easily, but Lu Yin's opponent was Lu Yin. With that in mind, he took a step forward and appeared directly behind the giant Corpse King, raising his slipper and slamming it down. Suddenly, black lines appeared on the giant Corpse King's body and spread all over his body. With a slap of the slipper, half of the giant Corpse King's head was smashed into pieces. This was something that even the undead god was beaten into submission. It was reasonable to say that a slipper was enough to kill the giant Corpse King. But after the giant Corpse King fell, the black lines in its body continued to connect, reassembling its smashed head. It won't die. Lu Yin was surprised. Then he'd hit it a few more times. Other things aside, the power of the slippers was something that no one could withstand unless they could avoid it. Just as he was about to continue attacking, the giant Corpse King roared and suddenly took a step forward, running away. Lu Yin was stunned. You want to run? It wasn't easy for him to meet someone who couldn't even defend himself. If he didn't deal with him, he would be letting down his slippers. No matter what, it was still a monster with the physical strength of a progenitor. Slapping it to death would be a great contribution, and it might even allow Lu Yin to leave the battlefield. Just as he was about to give chase, an indescribable chill descended. Lu Yin suddenly recalled the characteristics of the Great Stone Void, and he hurriedly reversed his steps. The void became chaotic and then exploded, forming traces that spread out in all directions. It was as if the starry sky had been scorched. Lu Yin was stunned. Was this the killing intent? What was going on? He looked around, his pupils turning into runes as a miniature candle god appeared on his shoulder and rune lines spread out. Then he saw that the rune lines were in a mess. Rune lines could reflect the strength of the area enveloped, but at this moment, Lu Yin felt that the starry sky was a mess. What was going on? Lu Yin had never seen such a mess of rune lines before. It was as if many forces were entangled together without any pattern. There was no battle here and there were no other forces. Lu Yin's own strength had been restrained, leaving only the rune lines. If an ordinary person stood here, they would see a calm starry sky, and there would be no forces that could destroy this part of the starry sky. However, the rune lines showed a completely different reaction. According to the reaction of the rune lines, even an envoy-level cultivator would be torn to pieces if they stood here, let alone an ordinary person. However, there was indeed no harmful force here, and ordinary people would not be harmed in any way. Lu Yin spread the rune lines not just in this area but in the surrounding area and even the entire starry sky. It was as if the entire starry sky was in a mess, with countless forces entangled, but ordinary people could not see them. Suddenly the killing intent descended and Lu Yin hurriedly dodged it. It was as if a stone had been smashed through and the void cracked open. The appearance of the killing intent this time had been predicted by the rune lines in advance, and the power of the killing intent had even been reflected to Lu Yin. This made him very clear that this killing intent had the destructive power of a half-progenitor. No wonder the Gemini Universe Elder had said that he had to carry a stone unique to this spacetime to resist the killing intent. What kind of stone could resist this kind of killing intent? Was this the origin of the Deshirkong? In the distance, an object shaped like a spaceship approached. Lu Yin stood in place and did not move. The rune lines spread and covered the object, and a group of people stared at him nervously and uneasily. It was a spaceship. The spaceship in this part of the starry sky was completely different from the one in the fifth mainland. It was rougher, with spikes everywhere on the periphery and bloodstains on it. Inside the spaceship, all the cultivators stared at the screen and saw Lu Yin standing in the starry sky. Other than this person, there are no signs of life near the portal, a mechanical voice said. A middle-aged man clenched his fist. Sure enough, something has happened. This person might be a corpse king. Everyone be vigilant. The spaceship slowly approached Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the spaceship. I am a cultivator sent by the Six-Way Association to support the Deshir Kong. The people in the spaceship did not let down their guard, and the middle-aged man said, Please prove yourself. In the endless battlefield, not everyone was like Lu Yin who could travel between parallel universes. Most of the cultivators who came to provide support would only stay in one parallel universe. When going to other parallel universes, the best way to make the other party believe your identity was to say a code word to prove your identity through the intelligence gathering place of your own spacetime and hand it over to the intelligence gathering place of the endless battlefield. After going to the next parallel universe, the cultivator in the next parallel universe could confirm with the intelligence gathering place of the endless battlefield. Previously, when he was little, when he went to the Gemini spacetime, he did not leave any code words. These things were handled by Tsongbai. Now that Tsongbai did not follow him, he left a code word through the Gemini spacetime so that he could confirm his identity with the cultivator of the Deshir Kong. The code word Lu Yin said was Du. Soon, the middle-aged man contacted the intelligence gathering place of the Deshir Kong and confirmed Lu Yin's identity with the intelligence gathering place of the endless battlefield. Not only that, but he also received information that Lu Yin had made the green light of the Gemini spacetime in the Gemini spacetime. He was shocked and hurriedly got off the spaceship. I am Peiji of the Deshir Empire. Greetings, Lord Lu Yin. Inside the spaceship, those with Explorer's Cultivation base got off the spaceship and saluted. Most of the remaining people who were not explorers and could not survive in the starry sky also stood in the spaceship and saluted. All of them were happy. The appearance of such a person was a good thing for the Deshir Kong. This person did not come directly to the Deshir Kong, but made the green light of the Gemini spacetime and the small spirit spacetime. His purpose was obvious. This person wanted the Deshir Kong to also light up the green light. Regardless of whether this person had the ability to do it or not, at least he would definitely increase the combat power of the Deshir Kong and reduce the pressure on them. Lu Yin nodded and looked at the stone behind Peiji. The murderous intent in the universe can be offset by stones? Peiji saw that Lu Yin did not have any stones and hurriedly said, My lord, please don't use your power. Otherwise you may attract murderous intent. Let's talk about it on the spaceship. Soon after, Lu Yin told him what had happened here. Peiji's scalp tingled. If what Lu Yin said was true, then this spacetime gate was equivalent to being occupied by an extremely strong corpse king. They would be courting death if they came here. He hurriedly thanked Lu Yin again and handed over the information at the same time. At the place where the intelligence of the endless battlefield was gathered, the woman lowered her brimmed hat and stared at the light screen. Everyone in the Deshir Kong No. 1 spacetime gate is confirmed dead. It is impossible to verify the authenticity of what Lu Yin said. For the time being, it is confirmed that it is true. Send information to the Deshir Kong and confirm that there are two extremely strong creatures. Let the Deshir Kong be careful. Yes. The woman was in a daze. This Lu Yin was more powerful than she had imagined. He had no need to lie. In other words, he really defeated an extremely strong corpse king, which meant that he himself had the combat power to face an extremely strong opponent. However, he was only at the 7th rank of the Near Celestial Realm, which was not even at the peak of the Near Celestial Realm. There was still the Immortal Realm above him, and above that was the extremely strong level that represented the 3 Venerables and 9 Sages. How did he do it? No wonder he could confront Zhou Xian and attract the attention of the Great Heavenly Master. Inform the Deshir Kong that I want to talk to Lu Yin, the woman said. The women in front were surprised. Did the Lord value this Lu Yin so much? The endless battlefield never lacked extremely strong opponents, but it was rare to see the Lord take the initiative to talk to someone. The so-called conversation was not talking, but a direct exchange of information. There was no need to go through a third party. Lu Yin could choose to block the De Kong's people and exchange information with the woman. He could also let the De Kong's people pass on the information on his behalf. It was the same for the woman. The De Kong. Lu Yin received a message. Talk directly? Pei Zhi said respectfully. Yes, this is the location of the place where I, the De Kong, gather the information. I will send someone to send the Lord there. If the Lord does not need to talk directly, you can tell me and I will pass on the information on your behalf. Lu Yin thought about it. The place where the information was gathered was very important. Every parallel spacetime had its own place where the information was gathered. The place where the information was gathered was the place where the endless battlefield's information was gathered. He remembered that place was called Limitless. Chapter 2744. Information from the entire endless battlefield would be gathered at Distanceless and then sent to the Six Direction Society. It could be said that the gathering place of Distanceless was the key to the Six Direction Society's knowledge and control of the entire endless battlefield. The reason why Yijun was so popular and had people constantly asking to see her was not only because she had made contributions in the endless battlefield, but also because she knew people in the gathering place and could get some scattered information about the endless battlefield. This gathering place might not necessarily refer to Distanceless, but it could also be a gathering place of information in a parallel universe. Qingfen's mission was to break into the Void God Spacetime's gathering place, Xixing Stream, and directly get information from Distanceless. Information was the eyes. Otherwise, even a Grand Empyrean would not be able to control the endless battlefield. Lu Yin wanted to get hold of this information. He knew the location of Xixing Stream, so it was time to talk to the people in Distanceless. The people he talked to should be the higher-ups. He asked Song Bai and Ling Qi, but no one knew the situation in Distanceless. Perhaps only extremely strong people knew. Lu Yin did not go himself. This universe was very strange and using his own power could easily lead to danger. Anyway, he was not in a hurry, so he took his spacecraft there. Along the way he saw several battlefields. The war in the Greater Stone universe was not as intense as in the Gemini universe, and there were not as many cultivators and corpse kings, but there was a battlefield of extremely strong people. A few days later, Lu Yin asked how far it was and learned that it would take another half a month. This was too much. He should have asked in advance how long it would take before going. Lu Yin did not wait and went himself. He had rune lines anyway, so he could sense danger in advance. By the time Lu Yin arrived under an ordinary starry sky, he had already encountered no less than 5 assassination attempts, but none of them had affected him much. This was the place where the Great Stone Emperor gathered his information. It was far away from the Great Stone Empire, and although it looked ordinary, it was guarded by half-step ancestors. Lu Yin was taken in, and this was the second time he came to the gathering place. The first time was the underground tower in the Little Spirit universe. There was nothing special about it. It just had more defense and more concealment. My lord, please. Lu Yin looked at the screen in front of him. He could enter the questions he wanted to ask and Distanceless would receive them. It was not directly transmitted to Distanceless, but someone had gone to the spacetime where Distanceless was to transmit it. However, that person did not know what Lu Yin had transmitted as long as Lu Yin did not want others to know. Before Lu Yin could think of what to say, a line appeared on the screen. Congratulations to Master Lu for giving the green light to Shaoling Spacetime and Gemini Spacetime. Lu Yin typed, "Why are you talking to me? I thought Dao Master Lu had something to ask. Because I don't understand the endless battlefield." Yes. Within Limitless, the woman sat calmly with a screen in front of her as she conversed with Lu Yin. She was very curious about Lu Yin. Being in charge of Limitless meant that she was in charge of the entire Six Direction Association and the Endless Battlefield's intelligence network. Naturally, Lu Yin's information was within her grasp. The Lu family had been banished, lost their memories and lost their cultivation. Even so, they were still able to return to the peak in such a short period of time. This was no longer the peak. They had unified the fifth mainland, faced the four directions scale, and became the sect master of the Above Heaven sect. They had many experts under their command, especially those who had survived the era of the Above Heaven sect. They could break through to the Ancestor realm at any time. This young man had even fought against Xianxia and the Ghost Abyss Ancestor with his current cultivation base. After seeing this person's legendary experience, even this woman admired him. How did he do it? Why was it possible? Even if the Lu clan was still around, even if he was still Lu Xiaoxian, it was impossible for him to go this far. It could only be said that Lu Xiaoxian could not do it, but Lu Yin could. This was also the reason why she wanted to talk to Lu Yin directly. He was too curious about this person. I can ask anything? Lu Yin sent a message. The woman's eyes lit up. Yes, it's up to me whether I answer or not. Lu Yin laughed. Does that mean I can leave if De Shikong lights up the green light? Yes. The Grand Empyrean agreed. These are the rules. What if the Grand Empyrean wants to break the rules? The woman looked up and sent a message. No one can break the rules unless Master can wipe out the everlasting tribe with his own strength. Lu Yin paused. A progenitor realm corpse king has appeared in De Shikong. If I deal with him, how much credit will I get? Very much. Very much. How much? Do you want to ask about the reward or whether you can replace De Shikong in lighting up the green light? Both are fine. You can't replace the green light, but the reward will not disappoint you. You can choose the material reward or the spiritual reward. Lu Yin was puzzled. What do you mean by spiritual reward? The woman replied, if you kill an extremely strong powerhouse, I will give you a list. You can choose from the list yourself. No one on the list will attack you or use their influence to attack people you approve of. If they violate the rules, Master will personally set things right. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. So you mean that if I kill an progenitor realm corpse king, I can make a Yuan sage not attack me and my people? You can understand it that way. If you ask for a Yuan sage, I will agree. What if there are no requirements? I will give you a list and you can choose one. At the same time, you can also get a huge material reward. You can ask for it yourself or we can give it to you. I am from the origin space and was punished by the Grand Empyrean. Is there a reward for this? Entering the endless battlefield to fight for humans regardless of the reason. There should be a reward for meritorious service. Lu Yin laughed. If I kill 10 progenitor realm corpse kings, does that mean that 10 extremely strong powerhouses from the 6 parties will never attack me? Or can I directly include the Grand Empyrean? No distance. The corners of the woman's mouth curled up. Her face was clearly cold, but even when she smiled, it was still cold. If you are in the same realm, you can kill anyone in the 7 sky gods if you want Master to never attack you. Lu Yin frowned. The Grand Empyrean only corresponds to the 7 sky gods? This is a reward. Otherwise, if you can kill the only true god, why would you care about Master? Lu Yin did not say much on this issue. Instead he asked, where is no distance? No comment. Who are you? The woman looked at the light screen quietly and sent a message. There were only 2 words. Bodhi Sage. Lu Yin looked at the light screen and was surprised. Bodhi Sage? It was actually her? Samsara Spacetime had 3 venerated 9 sages. Among the 9 sages, Bodhi Sage's presence was extremely weak. The outside world almost could not hear any news about her. Unexpectedly, she was in no distance. Even though Lu Yin had integrated with many people, he did not know much about Bodhi Sage. He only knew that she was a woman. Now he was full of curiosity about this Bodhi Sage. An extremely strong corpse king has appeared in Dashikong. Do you need help? Bodhi Sage sent a message. Lu Yin replied, what's the situation with the other ancestor realm corpse king? The other one is not a corpse king, but an extremely strong creature called the camphor insect. It specializes in dealing with the carriers of the bestow technique. Bodhi Sage told Lu Yin about the camphor insect. Lu Yin only had one feeling after listening to it. It was tailor-made. Do you need help? Lu Yin's eyes lit up. No need. Can you deal with it? If you can't, then call for help. Alright, that's it. Lu Yin then ended the conversation. If Bodhi Sage did not lie to him, he could deal with both the camphor insect and the ancestor realm corpse king. Dealing with them meant that at least 2 of the 6 direction sex progenitors could not attack him and the people around him. It was equivalent to crippling 2 of the 6 direction sex progenitors and also obtaining a large number of material rewards. With the slippers in hand, Lu Yin was not afraid. This was a reward delivered to his doorstep. If it was something like the witch spirit god that could pass through space, he did not want to deal with it. The slippers could not hit it at all. No distance. The light screen in front of Bodhi Sage disappeared. She looked at the various light screens in the distance again, listening to the information of the endless battlefield. Was this Lu Yin so confident? If he could give the green light to the Great Stone Void, some people in the Six Directions sect would be anxious. After the Great Stone Void ended his conversation with Bodhi Sage, Lu Yin walked out of the intelligence gathering place and headed directly to the Great Stone Empire. All the Six Directions sect's cultivators who came to support the Great Stone Void would first stop at the Great Stone Empire. They had to find stones to carry in order to fight in the starry skies. The Eternals did not have this problem. They mostly relied on their physical strength to fight. Physical strength rarely attracted killing intent, but human cultivators could not. If it was a competition of physical strength, this spacetime would have fallen long ago. When Lu Yin arrived at the Great Stone Empire, the Great Stone Emperor personally welcomed him with a group of Great Stone Empire's upper echelons. Lu Yin was welcomed into the Great Stone Empire. He was puzzled. Don't you need to go to the battlefield? The Great Stone Emperor smiled. The outside world has some misunderstandings about the Great Stone Void. They all think that we have extreme powerhouses on the battlefield and are difficult to deal with. In fact, the extreme powerhouses of the Eternals are the camphor insects, and we have the carrier of the Art of Gift on our side. The two just offset each other. The other battlefields are about the same. In terms of intensity, they are not as intense as the Gemini universe that Your Excellency swept. But now there is another progenitor realm corpse king, Lu Yin said. The Great Stone Emperor sighed. So Your Excellency's arrival has saved the Great Stone Empire. Lu Yin was speechless. The two elders of the Gemini universe were so serious. When he first arrived at the Great Stone Void, he was really shocked. Who wouldn't be worried about encountering an progenitor realm corpse king as soon as he arrived? After understanding it, he was not so worried. If the camphor insects and the carrier of the Art of Gift really offset each other, the Great Stone Void was indeed not as dangerous as the Gemini universe. However, as Zhongbai said, it was almost impossible to give the green light. The camphor insects had to be dealt with first. According to Bodhi Sage's information, the camphor insects were best at defense. Its wings wrapped the entire super-large carrier of the Art of Gift and forcibly withstood the power of the Art of Gift that was enough to blow away an progenitor. The information did not know the upper limit of the camphor insect's defense at all. It was impossible for ordinary progenitors to break the camphor insect's defense. If the three of them came, then the stronger Eternal Corpse King would also appear, which led to the current situation. For the Great Stone Empire, this was a good thing. If the Eternals kept the camphor insects here to exhaust the carrier of the Art of Gift, there would be no danger in this space-time, and they would not have to go to the battlefield. Chapter 2745. Many of the cultivators from the Six Direction Association were also in the Great Stone Empire. They would only provide support according to the critical situation on the battlefield. Generally speaking, this spacetime was far less dangerous than what the outside world said as long as the green light did not light up. However, the sudden arrival of the progenitor realm corpse king caused the Great Stone Empire to panic. Fortunately, Lu Yin had also arrived at the same time. This was also why the Great Stone Emperor was so enthusiastic. They were afraid that Lu Yin would run away and they would have to face a progenitor realm corpse king. The entire Dashikong would be destroyed. The people of the Great Stone Empire were all carrying stones on their backs. They looked honest, but they were actually very shrewd. The Great Stone Emperor warmly welcomed Lu Yin, and Lu Yin didn't stand on ceremony either. Sometimes one should enjoy what was meant to be enjoyed. If the string was pulled too tightly, it would break. He had been in the Six Directions Society for the past few years, so he was indeed very tired. The singing and dancing of the Big Stone Empire is in sharp contrast to the small spirit universe and Gemini universe. It was also a stark contrast to the battlefield where they were fighting in the distance. The boundless battlefield was a grindstone of life and death. Some people entered this place and died in fear, fighting endlessly. However, some people could always find a way to relax. The Great Stone Emperor had been observing Lu Yin. When he saw that Lu Yin was not disgusted, he sighed with emotion. Mr. Lu, you're really one of the few peerless heroes I've seen. I thought you would be dissatisfied. What's there to be unhappy about? Their dance was pretty good, Lu Yin said casually. The Great Stone Emperor laughed. Below him, a group of cultivators from the Great Stone Empire and some of the Six Paths Association's support also laughed. Not everyone can accept it. Let me toast to Mr. Lu. To Mr. Lu. Lu Yin finished his drink and looked at the Great Stone Emperor. Your injuries are not light. The Great Stone Emperor said bitterly. I still have to raise it for a few more years. Lu Yin looked at the others. Some of them were injured while others were in perfect condition. The Great Stone Emperor's injuries were very severe, and from the looks of it he would not be able to fight on the battlefield, so he might as well take a breather. He was not afraid of death. The next day, Lu Yin arrived at the stone selection area under the lead of the Great Stone Emperor. Mr. Lu, sometimes it's not that my people don't want to go to the battlefield, it's that they can't. There are only so many stones. Some of them are used on the battlefield, some are used to guard the place where we gather intelligence, and the rest are used to guard the Great Stone Empire. There's no other way, the Great Stone Emperor said as he looked at the stone pit in front of him. He looked at the huge crater in front of him, which was filled with rocks. There were at least tens of thousands of them, but these rocks didn't even make up a tenth of the crater. Before coming here he thought that the Great Stone Empire respected these stones very much, but he didn't expect that they would just casually throw them away. Where did these stones come from? Lu Yin asked. He had observed that the stones were engraved with different powers, and depending on each person's cultivation, the number of stones they could carry would be different. The stones on the Great Stone Emperor's back should be able to withstand the killing intent of a half-martial ancestor. The Great Stone Emperor slowly narrated the history of the Great Stone Kong. Speaking of which, it was quite simple. An unprecedented expert had appeared in Daoist Kong, and no one knew what he had done. Ever since that expert had died, this universe had been like this. Fortunately, that expert had engraved his power on a meteorite before he died, and had scattered the meteorite. Those who carried the meteorite fragments could resist the killing intent. Otherwise, there would be no cultivators in this spacetime. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn, as this was changing the laws of the universe. That powerhouse was at least at the level of 9 mountains and 8 seas, or even at the level of a Void Master. That expert is the first generation of our Great Stone Empire. The Great Stone Emperor, and I am already the 1269th generation. The Great Stone Emperor shook his head. I'm sorry, Ancestor. Ever since the first Great Stone Empress, there has never been another half-martial ancestor in Daoist Kong. Lu Yin pursed his lips. The universe had already become like this, yet there was still a progenitor here. How monstrous would that be? If he had been born in Daoist Kong, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate to his current level. Mr. Lu, you can choose from these stones, but it's best to choose one that's close to your cultivation. Otherwise, it'll be too difficult to fight against the Eternal Corpse King and guard against the killing intent, the Great Stone Emperor reminded him. Lu Yin looked behind him. The Great Stone Emperor raised his eyebrows. My stone is the inheritance of the past Great Stone Emperors. Mr. Lu, it's better not to look at it. Lu Yin said, don't worry. Your stone is useless to me. It's meaningless. The Great Stone Emperor's eyes flashed. What arrogance! No wonder he could beat the half-martial ancestor Corpse King. This person's cultivation wasn't high, but he had the strength to fight an half-martial ancestor. Only one of these stones met the requirements. It all depended on whether this person could find it or not. In fact, the Great Stone Emperor was also conflicted. Logically speaking, this person was here to help the Great Stone Emperor, so he should help this person find the most suitable stone for him. However, that stone was specially reserved for the Great Stone Emperor, who had broken through to the half-martial ancestor realm. It had never been used by outsiders. This was the ancestral rule. Should he give it to him? Lu Yin looked at the stone pit and felt strange. I'm here to help the Great Stone Emperor deal with the eternal race. Shouldn't you help me find a stone? Do I need to find it myself? The Great Stone Emperor was helpless. Please don't blame me. This is the ancestral rule. Lu Yin looked at him with a faint smile. When this ancestral rule was set, did the eternal race start a war with the Great Stone Emperor? The Great Stone Emperor froze. This not yet. The Great Stone Empire's ancestor can't predict the future. I believe that if the ancestor knew about today's situation, he wouldn't have set this ancestral rule. To be honest, it's a waste of time, Lu Yin said. Then, without waiting for the Great Stone Emperor to answer, he waved his hand, and an inconspicuous stone flew up from the ground. Compared to the other stones, this one was a little smaller, but Lu Yin was certain that it was this one based on the rune lines. At least in this stone pit, this stone was the most messy. The Great Stone Emperor had been conflicted about whether or not to help Lu Yin find that stone. When he saw that Lu Yin had picked the stone, he sighed in relief. He didn't have to make things difficult for himself anymore, even though he felt a little sorry for this person. When he looked over, he was stunned. Then his expression changed drastically. "Sir, this is..." The stone floated calmly in front of Lu Yin. Because it had used its power, a murderous aura had descended from the unseen world. Lu Yin directly placed the stone above his head. The power inscribed on the stone flashed and the murderous aura disappeared. The Great Stone Emperor stared blankly at this scene. This stone was the one that he had been conflicted about whether or not to give to Lu Yin. Lu Yin had actually found it on his own? And in such a short time at that. Ever since the Great Stone Emperor had become one of the endless battlefield, he had seen many of the six-party society's powerhouses. However, none of them gave Lu Yin the feeling that they were powerful or unstoppable. Instead, they gave off a mysterious feeling. This person's cultivation wasn't very high, but he was confident that he could deal with the eternal race's corpse king. He had also found the stone in such a short time. Even a cultivator like De Kong wouldn't be able to find it so quickly. Thinking of this, the Great Stone Emperor bowed solemnly to Lu Yin. "Great Stone Emperor, sorry to trouble you, Mr. Lu." Lu Yin glanced at him. "Lead the way." Bearer of the feeding technique. The location of the bearer of the art of feeding was the battlefield of the extreme powerhouses. That was the fiercest battlefield of Daoist. Not only were there camphor insects and Fuji, most of the half-martial ancestor De Kong's battles took place there. With the Great Stone Emperor leading the way, Lu Yin arrived in an hour. The Greater Stone Void was very large, but it was still equivalent to the Outer Verse, the Inner Verse and the Starfall Sea. It wasn't as large as the Fifth Mainland. In the distance, Lu Yin saw a familiar object. It was the host of the bestow technique. When he had first seen it, Lu Yin had been filled with shock. Hyperspace had relied on this item to fight against a progenitor powerhouse. Before he had left the Fifth Mainland, Lu Yin had not been able to imagine such a thing. An artificially created item could reach the ultimate destructive power of a human's cultivation. It could only be said that humans had unlimited cultivation potential, and so did their intelligence. There were battlefields all around the bearer of the bestow technique, and Lu Yin saw several half-martial ancestors fighting. However, none of those half-martial ancestors were a match for the Great Stone Emperor. The Great Stone Emperor was at the peak of the half-martial ancestor realm, and he was no weaker than Elder Gong and other powerhouses who could break through to the progenitor realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the progenitor realm. Unfortunately, in this space-time he would never be able to break through. As for his combat power, Lu Yin had never seen it before, so it was not easy to compare. The camphor insect opposite the bearer of the bestow technique. It uses its nearly transparent wings to envelop the bearer of the bestow technique. No matter how powerful the attack is, it can't penetrate the wings. However, the camphor insect is also being held back by the bearer of the bestow technique. Compared to the bestow technique's killing power, the camphor insect doesn't have much destructive power. At most, it can crush enemies with its body. In the eyes of the Eternals, it's actually the camphor insect that's holding back the bestow technique, the Great Stone Emperor slowly explained. Lu Yin looked at the camphor insect in the distance, which was even larger than the bestow technique. At first glance it looked like a cockroach. It had large transparent wings that could extend and envelop the bestow technique. If the bestow technique wants to unleash an attack that has the destructive power of a powerhouse, it must have a source box. Who can provide the source box? Lu Yin suddenly recalled something and asked. The term source box seemed to be universal, just like how the Six Directions Association also used the Cloudstone. The Great Stone Emperor said, although the Great Stone Void doesn't cover a large area, we have a long history that can be traced back to before the Six Directions Association was established. Thus, we still have some source boxes. Lu Yin looked at the Great Stone Emperor with a burning gaze. The Great Stone Emperor understood and smiled. If you need them, I can give you some. In any case, because of the camphor insect, the bestow technique hasn't attacked for a long time, so we can save some source boxes. Then it's settled. Thank you, Senior Great Stone Emperor. Lu Yin did not stand on ceremony. The more source boxes he had, the better. Not only would the bestow technique be useful, but there were also many source box array formations in the Fifth Mainland that needed to be used. The power of source box array formations was not inferior to the bestow technique that hyperspace had invented. Progenitor Hui had used the limitless power of a source box array to block the Eternals, And Guyu had also used a sourcebox array to seal off the passage. The more of these things the better. Lu Yin had obtained the benefits, so now was the time. Lu Yin's expression was solemn, and under the Great Stone Emperor's dazed gaze, he took out the slippers. It's time to light up this space-time. Others might not be able to do it, and even powerhouses like Su Wei might not be able to break through the camphor insect's defenses. However, Lu Yin was different. He had the slippers, and given enough time he could even kill an undying, let alone a bug. No one paid attention to Lu Yin's arrival. The battle here had been going on for too long, and as long as the camphor insect did not move, this space-time would remain the same. The people on this battlefield were still unaware that a progenitor realm corpse king had arrived. Strangely, the progenitor realm corpse king had not appeared. Chapter 2746. Ignoring him, Lu Yin held the slipper in his hand and stirred up spatial lines to appear directly on the battlefield. In front of him was the transparent wings of the camphor insect, and within the wings was the carrier of the feeding technique. He could see the people who had transcended time and space. This carrier was almost exactly the same as the one he had seen in the drifting cloud space. Looking forward, he saw the camphor insect's huge eyes. Lu Yin was even smaller than an ant in its eyes, so it did not care about him at all. A corpse king appeared behind him, and Lu Yin shattered it with a casual slap. He then grabbed the slipper and raised his hand to slap it down. Far away, the Great Stone Emperor watched the battlefield. He did not care about the camphor insect, as he was mainly guarding against the progenitor corpse kings. In his opinion, Lu Yin's greatest use was not to deal with the camphor insect, as he did not believe that this person could break through the camphor insect's defenses. This person's true use was to deal with the progenitor corpse kings that had yet to appear. After all, if this person could defeat a corpse king once, he could do it again. Suddenly, a hair-raising shriek that no one had ever heard before rang out. It was like a boulder had been thrown into a lake, causing ripples in the starry sky. Countless people covered their ears and looked in one direction in horror. It was the camphor insect. The Great Stone Emperor looked over as well, and his mouth gaped open in disbelief. The transparent wings that had been helpless against and that several powerhouses had failed to destroy had now cracked. Under the crack, Lu Yin raised the slipper high. Again. The camphor insect shrieked again, and the transparent wings instantly retracted. After so many years, the carrier of the feeding technique had finally been released. On the battlefield, whether it was the human cultivators, the eternal corpse kings, or the creatures controlled by the Eternals, they all stared at Lu Yin in shock. This person had broken through the camphor insect's defenses? Lu Yin had not expected the camphor insect to react so strongly to breaking its wings. He sneered. Afraid of pain? Then you're finished. With that, he rushed towards the camphor insect with the slipper in his hand. The camphor insect's incomparably black eyes narrowed as it stared at Lu Yin. It raised its incomparably huge claws and swept across. Lu Yin stirred up spatial lines that the camphor insect could not touch, and his body instantly disappeared like a phantom. The camphor insect continuously swept its claws, but it could not hurt Lu Yin. It retreated, clearly afraid. This human had the strength to break through its defense, but it couldn't hit this human. This human was its nemesis. Lu Yin was the nemesis of too many people, but none of his fights had been as smooth as Ku's camphor worms. This was a progenitor, and none of the progenitors that Lu Yin had fought had been so easy to deal with. Ku's camphor worms, camphor worms, camphor worms, camphor worms, camphor worms, camphor worms, camphor worm. He appeared on the back of the camphor insect. From a human's point of view, this place was simply a boundless continent. It was completely black and there was no end in sight. Lu Yin's fist landed on the camphor insect's back, but it did not leave a single mark. To the camphor insect it was probably just an itch. The camphor insect jumped up and down, constantly shaking its body in an attempt to shake Lu Yin off. The entire battlefield was in chaos. The human cultivators all retreated. The bearers of the art of feeding were in full defense. At the same time they were also retreating. Many corpse kings were crushed into pieces by the camphor worms. Lu Yin snorted. He could not destroy this monster on his own, so he could only use the slippers. The slipper ruthlessly slapped the back of the camphor worm, causing a crack to spread. The camphor worm let out an even sharper cry and rushed into the distance. The Great Stone Emperor finally reacted and hurriedly chased after the camphor worm. He wanted to personally witness the camphor worm's destruction. The starry sky was like a land filled with dust particles, and the camphor worm continuously rolled about. It tried its best to shake Luin off, but Luin had the strength to fight against a progenitor, so how could it shake him off? Even if it did shake him off, Luin would still be able to come over immediately. Traversing space was not a power that the camphor worm could comprehend. The slipper slapped down again and again, and the cracks on the camphor worm's back grew larger and larger. A green liquid seeped out, which was probably blood. Luin suppressed his disgust and continued slapping the camphor worm. He wanted to kill it. The camphor worm continuously shrieked and rolled about in the air. Luin had never been so hardworking before. No, he had been even more hardworking than this when he had slapped the undying deity. However, the undying deity's innate gift had made it impossible for him to hit it 9 times out of 10. The camphor worm had withstood all of his attacks and was continuously slapped and cracked. Now its originally smooth back had cracked like a spiderweb and green liquid was everywhere. It wouldn't be long before the camphor worm would be killed. Suddenly, Lu Yin's expression changed and he took a step backwards to retreat. A fist landed on the camphor worm's back and ruthlessly smashed out, sending it flying. It was the progenitor realm corpse king. Luin looked forward and saw that the progenitor realm corpse king only had one eye, and it stared fixedly at him. Black lines were spreading out from its body, and the small half of its head that had been smashed had recovered quite a bit. How long had it been? What a fast recovery speed. You don't know what's good for you. Lu Yin's gaze was cold as he gripped the slipper and took a step backwards, constantly approaching the progenitor realm corpse king. This corpse king was just a monster with the physical strength of a progenitor, and it was not a true progenitor. It also did not exist in the progenitor realm. Even if Luin did not have the slipper, he could still deal with it. However, with the slipper it was easy to deal with it. In the distance, the great stone emperor had arrived and was apprehensive when he saw the progenitor realm corpse king. Sure enough, an extremely powerful corpse king had arrived and he definitely could not deal with it. It all depended on Luin. However, this person had truly exceeded his expectations, as he had actually been able to break through the camphor worm's defenses. Where's the camphor worm? Luin did not have the time to care about the camphor worm. He had to deal with this progenitor realm corpse king first. Die. The progenitor realm corpse king let out a hoarse voice and punched at Luin. Black lines continued to spread out from its body, and its physical strength also increased. Luin could feel it, but it was useless. With a bang, the slipper slapped out and met the corpse king's fist head-on. Blood splattered across the starry sky as the corpse king's fist shattered and he took several steps back. He had clearly exerted his physical strength to the limit, but he still could not beat the slipper. The great stone emperor was completely stunned. What the hell was that slipper? Luin held the slipper and took a step backwards. Whether it was meeting force with force or dodging, the progenitor realm corpse king could do nothing to him. With an unwilling roar, the progenitor realm corpse king was still slapped to death by the slipper, and its huge body collapsed. Luin looked for the camphor worm, but it had already escaped to who knows where. This progenitor realm corpse king had come to die in order to cover for the camphor worm's escape. Compared to the camphor worm, the corpse king was indeed much less useful. This was the Eternals who could exchange the corpse king's life for the camphor worm's. Taking a deep breath, Luin put away the slipper and looked into the distance, meeting the great stone emperor's gaze. The great stone emperor came over, unable to suppress the excitement in his eyes. Mr. Lu, you really dealt with the corpse king, an extreme powerhouse. Luin did not hide it. It's just a corpse king with the physical strength of an extreme powerhouse. Any true extreme powerhouse can deal with it. But if it's not an extreme powerhouse, no one can deal with it. The great stone emperor smiled bitterly. Although this corpse king was not a true extreme powerhouse, it was not something he could deal with. He could deal with it. With his realm and strength he could exchange blows with an extreme powerhouse to a certain extent, but he could not deal with this corpse king no matter what. He could not break through its defense. Sometimes when one cultivated a certain kind of power to the extreme, there was no solution. The monster corpse king that Luin had encountered in the Sixth Mainland was like this. Even he could not withstand that kind of physical strength, and he was also on guard against the slipper. In a one-on-one fight, Luin was definitely not a match. And that corpse king was actually a corpse king with the physical strength of an progenitor, but it also did not have an ancestral world. How many such monsters were there in the Eternals? For the sake of a camphor worm, they did not hesitate to abandon such a corpse king. According to common sense, there should be many such corpse kings. Lu Yin's heart was heavy. After dealing with the progenitor corpse king and chasing away the camphor worm, the next step would be simple. Lu Yin followed the Great Stone Emperor back to the battlefield of the extreme powerhouses and saw the bestow technique shooting out beams of light that wiped out one corpse king after another. Each beam of light could clean up a part of the void. He felt a little distressed. Use less. Leave me some source boxes. The Great Stone Emperor smiled. Don't worry, sir. I'll definitely satisfy you. Lu Yin nodded. Not long after, the battlefield of the extreme powerhouses was cleaned up. The Great Stone Emperor relaxed. This battlefield had not been cleaned up for many years. Although there was still a long way to go before the Great Stone Emperor's green light lit up, as long as there were no progenitors, that day would come soon. Lu Yin went to the place where the information was gathered and spoke with Bodhi Sage again. Bodhi Sage confirmed Lu Yin's battle achievements through the Great Stone Emperor. According to your spacetime division, that corpse king is not considered a progenitor corpse king, but its physical strength is indeed at the progenitor realm. So, Lu Yin, there's no problem with your battle achievements. You eliminated a progenitor corpse king. Lu Yin looked forward to it. Then what's the reward? In Limitless, Bodhi Sage looked at the screen. Is there anyone who can't attack you? I'm talking about material rewards. As for the progenitors who can't attack me, you can just give me a list to choose from, Lu Yin replied. Bodhi Sage did not expect that someone like Lu Yin would care about material rewards. He did not mention Yuan Sage for the people who could not attack him. The corresponding material reward for killing a progenitor is naturally at the progenitor realm. Dao Master Lu, you can choose ancestral weapons and progenitor realm's strange treasures. However, I have to remind you that if you choose a certain extreme powerhouse not to attack you, the material reward will be reduced by 1 level. Lu Yin did not hesitate. How much is an immortal transformation realm worth? Bodhi Sage blinked and looked at the screen. She leaned closer, thinking that she had seen wrongly. What do you mean? Lu Yin replied. Didn't you say that it would be reduced by 1 level? Then let's compare it to the immortal transformation realm of your reincarnation spacetime. Give me as much as an immortal transformation realm is worth. Bodhi Sage looked again. Money. She had not seen wrongly. In this boundless battlefield of the samsara grinders, in this glorious moment of killing a progenitor corpse king, she had added the word money to the immortal transformation realm. When had the immortal transformation realm been equated with money? Bodhi Sage was a little confused. Wasn't Lu Yin the Dao master of the above heaven sect? Was he short of money? Was he that short of money? She felt that she might not have understood what this person meant, so she asked again, what kind of money? Lu Yin was puzzled. You don't need to spend money. Star Essence or any of the 6 Directions Guild's resources that represent money other than Transcendence Crystals. Chapter 2747. Lu Yin did not need any half-ancestor or progenitor treasures. He only had the slippers, so there was no point in asking for them. The Eternals understood him, and as long as he had any foreign objects, they would be on guard against him, so it was better to just ask for money. Star Essence was not bad, and he could use his Dai's 6 pips to continuously fuse with the reincarnation spacetime. Perhaps he could understand the reincarnation spacetime. If he had enough money, he could fuse with the Shaoyin divinity's body and commit suicide. That would be perfect. The other 6 Directions Society's resources could also be used to cultivate and replenish the Fates and Continents river sprouts. Since he had cultivated them, they would grow stronger. Mr. Mu had not stopped him from cultivating, and since no one could point him in the right direction, he would have to walk a different path. Actually, the best option was Star Source Liquid. However, Star Source Liquid was too sensitive, and he would have to wait until he understood the reincarnation spacetime. There might not be any existences like the Mother Tree that could provide him with Star Source Liquid. Bodhi Sheng finally understood. The money that Lu Yin was talking about was the most common type of resource, which was money. That's right, money. Her expression changed, and many girls in the distance were astonished. This was the first time they had seen Bodhi Sheng act this way. Even when they had faced the dangers of the endless battlefield and seen powerhouses fall one after another, she had not acted this way. Who exactly was this Lu Yin? How could he cause Bodhi Sheng's expression to change? I understand. Then, Bodhi Sheng thought about it as she did not know how much an immortal was worth. 500 million star essence. Lu Yin was stunned. Was it that valuable? He had thought that it would be quite good if he could get 100 or 200 million star essence. After all, the Six Directions Society had many half-ancestor cultivators. Bodhi Sheng looked around the endless battlefield and saw that there were even more half-ancestors. He had not expected her to be willing to pay so much. If this had been the fifth mainland when it had first become a cultivation world, Lu Yin would not have felt that 500 million star essence for a half-ancestor. After all, even the Day-Night clan could fork out that much money, and at that time there had only been 7 half-ancestors. However, that had been the fifth mainland, not the Six Directions Society, nor the endless battlefield. The endless battlefield did not have demi-ancestors everywhere, but every parallel universe would not lack demi-ancestors. Even the small spirit universe which Songbai thought was safe had demi-ancestors and more than one which could be seen. If he could obtain 500 million star essence for every half-ancestor corpse king he killed, then Lu Yin would be excited. 10 wasn't difficult and 100 wasn't impossible either, as long as he stayed in the endless battlefield all year round. That's right, he suddenly remembered that he still owed the lives of the 4 half-martial ancestor corpse kings of the new inn. It's confirmed. 500 million star essence, Lu Yin replied, feeling a little impatient. Bodhi Sheng didn't care at all as she had never cared about resources. Even when she had just stepped onto the cultivation world, her master had already been one of the 9 sages, and she had never lacked resources. She didn't even know how much 500 million star essence was worth. In any case, she had heard that the expenditure was in the hundreds of millions. Now, start choosing the extreme experts that you don't want to attack you and the people you approve of. Bodhi Sage did not speak much about the issue of money. Instead, he took out a name list with 5 people on it. Yuan Sage, Great Stone Sage, Zhongxi, Suleng, Xianyan. At the top of the list was Yuan Sage. It was impossible for Bodhi Sage to not know about the grudge between him and Yuan Sheng. What did he mean by putting Yuan Sheng on the list? If Zhou Xian wanted the other party to not make a move, there was no need for a list of names. Next was the Great Stone Saint. The previous Great Stone Saint had died and the current Great Stone Saint was a new one. Lu Yin didn't know who this person was, and Shi Jiao had also said that she didn't know him. He really wanted to ask who the Great Stone Saint was, but if he asked now it would mean that he knew the Six Direction sect very well. Zhongxi? He had never heard of him before and he didn't know which parallel universe he was from. Suleng. Lu Yin glanced at her. That was his older sister. Xianyan. This surname should be from the Lost Clan. Anyone who reached the extreme level in the Lost Clan would automatically change their surname to Shan. It was unlikely that the Lost Clan's powerhouses were enemies. Can you introduce them? Lu Yin asked. Bodhi Sage pressed down on his brimmed hat. This person didn't choose Yuan Sage immediately. Did he not care? Or? No comment. You can only choose for yourself. Lu Yin thought for a while. The person I choose can't take the initiative to attack me. What about me? Can I attack him? Yes, but once you attack, the agreement will automatically lapse. He can fight back and do whatever he wants, Bodhi Sage replied. Lu Yin no longer hesitated. I choose Yuan Sage. If he had chosen someone, he couldn't attack him. Lu Yin couldn't choose Yuan Sage. He would definitely kill Yuan Sage himself. However, since he could attack him, it didn't matter. The reason he chose Yuan Sage was because he was worried that this old man would play tricks when he wasn't in the origin space. According to Bodhi Sage, this was a rule personally recognized and set by the Great Heavenly Venerate. Unless Yuan Sage wanted to experience the grief of a sage, he couldn't attack Lu Yin or anyone in the origin space. Bodhi Sage wasn't surprised. Yuan Sage and Lu Yin were destined to choose him. However, this person's previous question showed that he wouldn't let Yuan Sage off. Confirm the person you approve of, Bodhi Sage replied. Lu Yin directly replied with 3 words. Origin space. Bodhi Sage was speechless. This range was great. It even included the 4-way scales. I will inform Yuan Sage. From the moment I inform him, he won't have anything to do with the origin space, including indirectly commanding and guiding hatred. Once discovered, Master will personally take action. You can rest assured, Pathmaster Lu. Lu Yin smiled. I'm looking forward to Yuan Sage's expression. Bodhi Sage looked up. In fact, she was also looking forward to it. Thus she decided to talk to him personally. The Ancestor Realm Corpse King has been dealt with. Will Path Master Lu give the green light to Dashur Kong next? Bodhi Sage asked. Lu Yin nodded. Of course. I will leave the endless battlefield soon. Bodhi Sage, I don't know when we will meet again. Perhaps at a tea party. Master will definitely invite you, Bodhi Sage replied. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Great Celestial venerates tea party? That was really worth looking forward to. He wanted to personally kill that old dog Yuan Sage at the tea party. 10 days later, Lu Yin stood in the starry sky and looked into the distance. Most of the Eternals in Dashur Kong had been eliminated and the green light could be given in at most a few days. Excluding the Ancestor Realm existences, it was much easier for Dashur Kong to eliminate them than in Gemini spacetime. Due to the characteristics of Gemini spacetime, there had to be more Corpse Kings. Dashur Kong mainly had Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings. Lu Yin didn't rest. He wanted to completely eliminate Dashur Kong in a few days and give the green light. This spacetime had attracted 2 Ancestor Realm creatures of the Eternals, which meant that the Eternals wouldn't give up. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before powerful Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings came. Wait. Lu Yin suddenly felt that something was wrong and looked back at the Great Stone Empire. No matter how he thought about it, something was wrong. If he could think that the Eternals wouldn't give up on Dashur Kong, how could the Great Stone Emperor not think of it? If he wanted to, then why did he want Lu Yin to give the green light to Dashur Kong? This meant that the Corpse Kings that came might not be camphor worms. They might not be something that the bearer of the feeding technique could delay. This also meant that they would lose the leisure time they could enjoy after the war. This meant that Dashur Kong would face an even more tragic war. In that case, why was the Great Stone Emperor still so happy? Was it because the Eternals had been defeated? The Eternals were very smart. They didn't care about the gains and losses of a city or land. The same was true for humans. If Lu Yin were the Great Stone Emperor, he would rather let the camphor worms and the feeding technique delay each other and prevent the Ancestor Realm battlefield from spreading. Of course, the Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings that appeared later were not within his consideration at first. If Lu Yin were the Great Stone Emperor, he would kill the Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings instead of dealing with the camphor worms. Then what was with the Great Stone Emperor's current attitude? After a while, Lu Yin stopped thinking about it. No matter what the Great Stone Emperor thought, as long as Dashur Kong lit up the green light in a few days, it would be time for Lu Yin to leave the endless battlefield. When he was disguised as Xianxia, he had always heard about how cruel the endless battlefield was. The truth was indeed so, but the Six Direction Guild obviously didn't go all out. Yuan Xing and Divine Venerable Xiaoyin were like free people who could go wherever they wanted. Now that the four-way balance had joined, the Six Direction Guild would definitely have Ancestor Realm powerhouses withdraw from the battlefield. They had the ability to solve anything that happened in the endless battlefield, so Lu Yin didn't need to worry about it. However, he still had to pay attention to the Great Stone Emperor. The other party shouldn't be a spy like Hong Bei. As long as he didn't collude with the Eternals to deal with humans, Lu Yin didn't want to care about anything else even if he knew. On the other side, in Limitless, Bodhi Saint found Yuan Xing. Yuan Xing was also in the endless battlefield now, so his days weren't so easy. Lu Yin could choose which parallel spacetime he wanted to go to, but he couldn't. This wasn't a requirement of the Great Heavenly Venerables, but a tacit rule. Anyone who was punished by the Great Heavenly Venerables would consciously go to the parallel spacetime where the war was intense, especially the 3 Venerables and 9 Sages. At this moment, Yuan Xing looked very miserable. His abdomen was blood red and he was obviously injured. His whole person was extremely gloomy like a suppressed volcano. He could only temporarily return from the battlefield after Bodhi Saint contacted him. His gloomy gaze swept across the battlefield. Even an existence like Yuan Xing had a lingering fear in his eyes. He had to find a way to leave this battlefield. Otherwise, he didn't know when he would die. Those monsters. What's the matter? Yuan Xing asked while looking at the screen. Lu Yin is in the Great Stone Void. Yuan Xing's gaze turned cold. Lu Yin, that bastard, little bastard. If it weren't for him, how could he have been stranded in the endless battlefield? Given his relationship with Divine Venerable Xiaoyin, he had already received enough credit and didn't need to come for a long time. However, he had been implicated by this bastard. The origin space had long been a lowly place. Why couldn't it be handed over to Luo Shan or the four-way balance? Why did this little bastard dare to be disrespectful to him? He had to make this little bastard pay the price. Not only him but everyone around him, his friends, his family, and everyone else had to pay the price. He wanted the origin space to be filled with blood. Not only that, he had to watch those people die, watch the Lu family disappear completely, and make the Lu family become a sinner in history. This was the consequence of offending him, Yuan Sheng. He had already thought about what to do. He would use his status, his relationship with Divine Venerable Shaoyin, and the three monarchs spacetime to fully assist the four-way scales in dealing with the above heaven sect. As long as it was a war in the origin space, it wouldn't be considered as interfering. Although the endless battlefield was cruel, it should be fine as long as one didn't get involved in the killing of those monsters. Chapter 2748. He has made a contribution by killing an ancestral corpse king, Bodhi Sage replied. Yuan Sheng's pupils constricted in disbelief as he hurriedly replied, "What did you say? Killed an ancestral corpse king?" Bodhi Sage's lips curled up. Yuan Sheng's expression must have turned ugly when he replied so quickly. This was interesting. According to the rules, he has chosen you. From now on, you are not allowed to take the initiative to attack him or anyone else in the origin space. Otherwise, you will be violating the rules set by Master and bear the consequences. Yuan Sheng stared blankly at the screen. The next moment, an angry roar reverberated in all directions, causing everyone in the intelligence gathering place to bleed from their 7 orifices. They collapsed on the ground and looked at him in fear. Some people even fainted. Yuan Sheng roared angrily and even wanted to roar. That little bastard, how could it be? How could he? How could he do this? Bastard, bastard. Yuan Sheng had never been so angry before. Every day in the endless battlefield he had resented Lu Yin. This kind of resentment had constantly accumulated, causing his entire person to change. Now he was told that he could not attack Lu Yin, nor could he attack anyone in the primordial space. How could he accept this? He was very clear about this rule. Not only could he not attack Lu Yin, but he also could not instigate anyone to attack Lu Yin or the origin space. This meant that he would never have the opportunity to take revenge on Lu Yin. Even if he wanted Lu Yin to attack him, it was not something he could do. In other words, he was like air in front of Lu Yin. Even if Lu Yin scolded him to his face, he could only talk back. He could not attack him at all. Once he did, he would face the grief of a saint. Bastard, bastard. Yuan Sheng clenched his fists as a scarlet color spread from his abdomen. The wound split open, but he did not notice it. His eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. His whole body was trembling with extreme anger. Bodhi Sage looked at the screen quietly and silently counted the time. Yuan Sheng had not replied after such a long time. Yuan Sheng's hatred for Lu Yin was deeper than he had imagined. Yuan Sheng, let me remind you again. This is the rule set by Master. No one, including the 3 venerables and 9 sages, can violate it. Those who violate it will die. Yuan Sheng's eyes were red as he looked at the message sent by Bodhi Sage and panted violently. After a while he calmed down, took a deep breath, closed his eyes and opened them. He calmed down a lot. I understand, Yuan Sheng replied. Also, he is about to light the green light for the big stone void. Together with the Little Ling universe and the Gemini universe, the 3 universes can leave the endless battlefield at any time. Yuan Sheng's eyes widened again. So fast. He was actually going to leave. The anger that he had suppressed earlier erupted once again. He had clearly fought with his life on the line, but this little bastard was already able to leave and did not allow him to make a move on him. The Yuan sage coughed out a mouthful of blood. Due to his injuries, he was so angry that he actually coughed out blood. Blood trickled down the corners of his mouth as he clenched his fists so tightly that they were about to be crushed. Finally, he calmed down and asked, "Is there anything else?" Bodhi Saint looked at the screen. It seemed like Lu Yin was suppressing his anger. He was getting more and more curious about Lu Yin. It was really interesting to see how he could anger one of the 3 venerated 9 sages to such an extent. No, I'm just telling you. Yuan Sheng stared at the screen and pondered for a moment. Help me pass this news to Reverend Shaoyin. He should know about it too. Bodhi Saint frowned. Tell deity Shaoyin. Information about the endless battlefield should be passed on to the 6-party guild. However, if it was passed on to Reverend Shaoyin alone, would it be a reminder to him to deal with Lu Yin? This was also the reason why Yuan Sheng could not pass on information to Reverend Shaoyin through distanceless. If Reverend Shaoyin learned about this news and attacked the origin space, Yuan Sheng would be in trouble. Now that Yuan Xing had asked him to pass on the message to Reverend Xiaoyin, it was up to him whether he wanted to tell Reverend Xiaoyin or not. Yuan Xing stared at the screen. Reverend Xiaoyin can know about it through distanceless. I won't take the initiative to tell him, Bodhi Saint replied. Yuan Xing sighed and ended the conversation. The grudge between him and Lu Yin was considered over. Unless that little bastard took the initiative to attack him, he would not be able to cause any harm to him. Yuan Xing slowly walked out of the place where the information was gathered. For a moment he felt a little bleak. As one of the 3 venerated 9 sages, he was actually helpless against a junior. His high and mighty attitude had become a joke. If he had known that this would happen, he would have done everything he could to make a move. After Yuan Xing left, the others recovered and looked as if they had been seriously injured. After ending the conversation with Yuan Xing, the screen in front of Bodhi Saint disappeared. She looked at the other women and asked, "Has the information about the endless battlefield been sent to the 6 Direction sect?" "My lord, it has been sent back as soon as possible." "What about the information about De Shi Kong?" "It has also been sent back." Bodhi Saint nodded. Had it been sent back? She did not know when Reverend Xiaoyin would see it and what his reaction would be. She would not deliberately tell Reverend Xiaoyin, but Reverend Xiaoyin would eventually see it. It would depend on how much he cared about the information about the endless battlefield. Yuan Xing's attitude made Bodhi Saint certain that Reverend Xiaoyin would take action after receiving the information about Lu Yin. However, if Lu Yin had already left the endless battlefield, his actions would be meaningless. Her master had once again emphasized that one could not enter the origin space at will. Once Lu Yin returned, Reverend Xiaoyin would not be able to do anything. It would depend on whether Reverend Xiaoyin or Lu Yin was lucky. It had been a long time since anyone had gone against the 3 venerated 9 sages. Lu Yin was indeed worthy of being the sect master of the Above Heavens sect, even though the Above Heavens sect was far from its former glory. Bodhi Saint thought that this was a battle of luck between Reverend Xiaoyin and Lu Yin. In fact, it was not at all. She had underestimated Reverend Xiaoyin's determination to deal with Lu Yin. In other words, she had underestimated Reverend Xiaoyin's determination to solve the Great Heavenly Venerate's problems. He was very sure that the Great Heavenly Venerate hated the origin space. Regardless of the reason, he did not allow them to deal with the origin space. However, Lu Yin was now in the endless battlefield and had been disrespectful to him. Therefore, he would not relax in dealing with Lu Yin. He already knew the moment the information about De Shi Kong was sent to the Samsara spacetime. He actually killed an ancestor-level corpse king? No wonder he dared to scold Yuan Xing. He does have some confidence in facing Luoshan. Reverend Xiaoyin sat on the mountain peak. His golden robe flickered and illuminated the entire space. At the foot of the mountain, countless disciples knelt down and waited for Reverend Xiaoyin's instructions. Xiaogu was at the forefront. It's not that easy to leave the endless battlefield. Reverend Xiaoyin's eyes were cold as his body gradually disappeared. A few days later, the Great Stone Emperor walked out of a secret place in De Shi Kong. He looked up at the starry sky where Lu Yin was looking down. "Mr. Lu, it has been resolved. There should be no more Eternals in De Shi Kong. You can inform Wu Li to light up the green light," the Great Stone Emperor said with a smile. Lu Yin looked at the Great Stone Emperor calmly. His smile came from the bottom of his heart. It was also true that he had resolved the Eternals. Then what was he thinking? "Once the green light is lit up, I will leave," Lu Yin said. The Great Stone Emperor took a step forward and came in front of Lu Yin. He took out a cosmic ring and handed it to him. "This is the gift I promised you. Please accept it." Lu Yin took it. "Here, 6 boundless advanced source boxes." Lu Yin raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Thank you." The Great Stone Emperor sighed. "I should thank you. If not for your help, De Shi Kong would be in danger. With a camphor worm and an ancestor-level corpse king, the destruction of the Great Stone Empire is imminent." Speaking of this, Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Why would an ancestor-level corpse king come? Logically speaking, there should already be a camphor worm here. The Great Stone Emperor was puzzled. "I don't know either. Perhaps the Eternals want to take down De Shi Kong as soon as possible." Lu Yin looked at the Great Stone Emperor and nodded. "Perhaps. Everyone had their own secrets. As long as they did not harm humans, it was his business. Senior, you can go back. I will wait here. Once the green light is lit up, I will leave," Lu Yin said. The Great Stone Emperor said, Okay, congratulations on leaving the endless battlefield. Lu Yin smiled and watched the Great Stone Emperor leave. He looked around. To be honest, the endless battlefield was quite suitable for him. If he killed a few more corpse kings, there would not be many ancestor-level corpse kings in the Six Direction gang who could attack him. Right, could he include those old fellows from the four-way scales? Lu Yin remembered that the Great Stone Emperor did not take back the stone on his back. This stone was more valuable than the one on the Great Stone Emperor's back. It could resist the killing intent of an ancestor-level corpse king. Lu Yin looked at the Great Stone Empire in a daze. Sure enough, there was a problem. Could it be? 4 hours later, the Cloud Connect stone vibrated. It was the Great Stone Emperor. Lu Yin answered. Mr. Lu, something has happened. Where is the intelligence gathering place? The Great Stone Emperor's anxious voice sounded. Lu Yin stepped out and moved the spatial line, rushing to the place where the intelligence gathering place was. He arrived. However, this place had already turned into a land of death. The corpses of the Great Stone Empire's cultivators were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. Words kept appearing on the screen from Distanceless. Distanceless was confirming the information of the Great Stone Emperor. It also believed that the Great Stone Emperor would give the green light soon, but there was no reply. Lu Yin saw the Great Stone Emperor. The Great Stone Emperor stood in front of the screen with his back facing Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at his back. He was already dead without any vitality. Lu Yin walked to the Great Stone Emperor's side step by step. There were no visible injuries on the Great Stone Emperor's appearance. He just stood in front of the screen with his eyes closed. How long had it been since the Great Stone Emperor notified Lu Yin that he had died? Lu Yin was vigilant at all times. Runes spread out and ancestor-level powerhouses took action, but they could not find him. On the screen, words kept jumping and gradually changed colors. Then, the words jumped out of the screen and turned into bubbles. Those. Illusion bubble. Lu Yin's expression changed. Cheng Kong. He hurriedly wanted to leave. He did not expect Cheng Kong to be here. As an expert second only to the 7 sky gods, Lu Yin did not want to face Cheng Kong directly. But at this time his body could not move. What was going on? He could not control his body at all. Even his eyeballs could not move. He could only stare in one direction. I am in charge of your body. An illusory voice sounded. It was Cheng Kong. Lu Yin wanted to speak, but he could not speak. He wanted to mobilize the power in his body, including the power in his heart, but at this moment he could not move anything except his consciousness. Why was this happening? Could he control his own body? This feeling was familiar. When he participated in the Lost Clan's upper 3 sections, he could not control his body when faced with the 81 slashes. Chapter 2749. That time it was definitely not Cheng Kong. No matter how powerful Cheng Kong was, he would not be able to hide it from the Lost Clan. Furthermore, if it was Cheng Kong at that time, he would already be dead. But this time it was all for naught. At the same time, the Great Stone Emperor suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were lifeless and he slowly turned around. He walked over to Lu Yin and raised his hand, causing a long blade to appear in it. Lu Yin's face paled as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. The Great Stone Emperor was clearly dead, but his body was still under Cheng Kong's control. I'll let you off this time. This time I'll kill you again. The illusory voice sounded. This was the second sentence and also the last sentence that Lu Yin could hear. The Great Stone Emperor's blade fell. In that instant, Lu Yin felt that not only was his body out of control, but he also had no instinctive defense. The Great Stone Emperor's blade was enough to kill him. Cheng Kong took complete control of his body. Only his mind was left with constant warnings. His body was a vessel for his thoughts, and since he couldn't move his body, he could only watch as the blade descended. Suddenly, the small knife that had been hanging around his neck floated. The knife light was like water. The knife in the Great Stone Emperor's hand began to shatter inch by inch. Then his body shattered. The knife light continued to spread and slashed in one direction. In the small intelligence gathering place, the saber beam slashed out 81 times. Each slash was enough to cause the void to collapse, but it did not cause any damage to the surrounding ground. Lu Yin could clearly see these 81 slashes, but he knew that he could not avoid them no matter what he did. It was just like how he had endured the 81 slashes in the Lost Clan. This time it was Cheng Kong who received the 81 slashes. When the 81st blade landed, formless undulations spread out, and Lu Yin's body was suddenly able to move again. He abruptly looked up and saw that the heavens had collapsed. Above his head, endless darkness spread out, and the void realm seemed to want to devour the entire stone world. Lu Yin's scalp went numb and he hurriedly fled. He didn't even dare to stir up the spatial threads for fear of being swallowed up by the void realm. After he left the place where the intelligence was gathered, he looked back. That place had completely disappeared and there was nothing left. A piece of space disappeared. Lu Yin was scared. If not for Xiao Dao, he would have been dead. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Cheng Kong would suddenly appear in Dashi Kong and try to kill him. His appearance was no accident. Every time he let him go, he would kill him again. Was this referring to the sixth mainland? Back then Lu Yin had felt that it was strange. With Cheng Kong's strength, he should not have been helpless against Lu Yin back in the sixth mainland. However, Lu Yin had escaped at that time, which meant that Cheng Kong had probably let Lu Yin go. This time, however, Lu Yin was trying to kill Lu Yin. Does this mean that he let me go because of other reasons or because of other people? Black Wuxian? Lu Yin's first thought was of him. This was an opportunity that he had not hesitated to join forces with several of the seven sky gods to attack the three sovereigns' spacetime. So what about now? Was Cheng Kong still around? Lu Yin didn't dare to stay for long and he headed straight for the Gemini spacetime. Cheng Kong was certain that Cheng Kong was not someone who could use space. In that case, as long as he did not fall under Cheng Kong's control, he should not be discovered by Cheng Kong. He wanted to contact Bodhi Sage and tell him what happened to Dashi Kong. He touched his chest and found that the knife was gone. If he wasn't wrong, that knife might have come from the woodcarving senior. However, he didn't have any dealings with that senior, so why would he leave a knife for him? If it wasn't for this small knife, he would already be dead. If it was really left behind by Senior Woodcut, then his strength might not be as unfathomable as the rumors said. Regardless of whether it was the Six Direction Society or the Eternals, there were too many unsolved mysteries. Right now, Lu Yin needed to explain the Dashi Kong's death. Otherwise, he would be framed by the Shaoyin divinity. When he arrived at the Gemini spacetime, Lu Yin found the two elders and asked them to bring him to the place where the information was gathered. He wanted to talk to Bodhi Sage. On Limitless side, Bodhi Sage heaved a sigh of relief. They had been trying to contact the place where Dashi Kong's information was gathered, but they had been unable to do so. At that time they had known that something had gone wrong and had sent people to investigate. However, they were not as fast as Lu Yin. How did you survive Cheng Kong's attack? Bodhi Sage asked. Lu Yin replied, I have my ways. This answer did not satisfy Bodhi Sage, as the Six Direction Society hated Cheng Kong even more than the seven sky gods. Although the seven sky gods were powerful, that was only on the surface. However, Cheng Kong was cunning and had many tricks up his sleeve. He could even control people. He alone had caused far more damage to the Six Direction Society than the seven sky gods, and the number of powerhouses who had died at his hands was not just 2 or 3 like the rumors said. Bodhi Sage and the others did not tell anyone else about this. Cheng Kong was publicly acknowledged as the executioner of powerhouses, and even the 3 sovereigns feared him. If Cheng Kong found an opportunity, no one would be able to survive. Logically speaking, Cheng Kong was the one who had found this opportunity. No one had expected Cheng Kong to try to kill Lu Yin in Dashi Kong's territory, but Lu Yin had still managed to survive. Bodhi Sage did not suspect Lu Yin, as Lu Yin's past made it impossible for him to collude with the Eternals. There was also no need for him to put on an act with Cheng Kong. I understand. The place where Dashi Kong's information was gathered will be rebuilt as soon as possible. As for giving Dashi Kong a green light, that is temporarily impossible. You have no way of confirming that Cheng Kong has left Dashi Kong's territory, Bodhi Sage replied. Lu Yin was helpless. Indeed, he had no way of confirming whether Cheng Kong was dead or alive. He had a strong sense of danger and he had constantly released the power from his heart to prevent Cheng Kong from attacking him. His rune lines could not find Cheng Kong and he could not even find space. However, the power from his heart was like a separate spacetime. As long as Cheng Kong approached him, he should be able to sense him. After contacting Bodhi Sage, Lu Yin left. This place was not safe. Lu Yin casually found a place to rest and no one knew where he was. No matter how powerful Cheng Kong was, he would not be able to find him unless he could locate Lu Yin. If Lu Yin could locate Cheng Kong, he would not have hidden in the place where de Shikong's information was gathered. Moreover, Cheng Kong had endured 81 slashes, so it was impossible for him to be unscathed. Even the 7 sky gods would be wary of such power. After a while, the Cloud Connect stone trembled and an unfamiliar voice sounded out. It was a woman. Bodhi Sage's subordinate greets Mr. Lu. Lu Yin's voice was low. How is it? The place where de Shikong's information was gathered has completely disappeared. We have not found Cheng Kong, so we cannot give you the green light. My apologies. I know, but if we can confirm that Cheng Kong is dead, then I'll take the credit, Lu Yin asked. Of course. If there are no more traces of Cheng Kong's activities after this, and no one can provide better proof than you, then Cheng Kong's death will be credited to you, the woman replied. She had a unique gift that allowed her to sense the power left behind at the scene. After arriving at the place where de Shikong's information was gathered, although this place had been devoured by the Void Realm, there were still remnants of power that she could sense. She could sense an unimaginably terrifying blade intent and also the power of Cheng Kong's illusory bubble. From what she could sense, there was no powerhouse that could survive such a blade intent, and Cheng Kong should not be an exception. However, without confirming Cheng Kong's death, she could not give Lu Yin the credit. Nevertheless, this credit should belong to Lu Yin. If Cheng Kong had really been killed by Lu Yin, then his credit would be enormous. There is one more thing that I should tell you, the woman said and muttered to herself. De Shikong's death is not to be regretted. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Why? After this investigation, we discovered that de Shikong had already contacted the outside world and secretly left the endless battlefield to locate the outside world in a parallel universe. He wanted to take advantage of de Shikong's green light to lead some people from the de Shikong Empire away from de Shikong and the endless battlefield. Such a person deserves to die. Lu Yin was silent. No wonder de Shikong's attitude was so strange. De Shikong could have let the camphor worms and the food technique consume each other, but he wanted Lu Yin to give de Shikong the green light. Giving de Shikong the green light meant that there was no war in this part of the universe and that he could leave with his people. Even if they were discovered by the Six Directions Society, as long as they left at the moment the green light was given, they would not be considered leaving the battlefield. Did he deserve to die? Lu Yin did not think so. No one wanted to live in the endless battlefield, let alone in the universe where de Shikong could never break through to the level of an extreme powerhouse. De Shikong wanted to leave and live so that he could give his descendants a stable environment to live in. This was true, but to the Six Directions Society, this was wrong and deserved to die. The Six Directions Society hoped that everyone in the endless battlefield would stand at the front line and die for them. From the looks of it, de Shikong might have contacted the Six Directions Society first before being forced into the endless battlefield. De Shikong's attitude toward the Six Directions Society was also fake. Unfortunately, he was dead. Otherwise, Lu Yin would not have exposed this kind of thing. Everyone had the right to live. De Shikong could not give de Shikong the green light for the time being, so Lu Yin decided to go to the next parallel universe. He now knew that basically every 3 parallel universes would have one that was very difficult to deal with, such as Shaolin Universe, Gemini Universe, and de Shikong. De Shikong had a progenitor battlefield, so it was more difficult to give de Shikong the green light. However, the next parallel universe might not be as difficult as the Gemini universe. He decided to go to the next parallel universe. However, Bodhisaint explained that the rule of the endless battlefield was that the 3 adjacent parallel universes would give de Shikong the green light. No one had expected this situation. Lu Yin told her his idea, and the woman waited for a moment before telling Lu Yin that it was okay. There was a 99% chance that de Shikong was no longer in de Shikong, but they could not give Lu Yin the green light because they could not prove it. Allowing Lu Yin to go to the next parallel universe was a special case. Otherwise, Lu Yin could only go to the Dark Universe. The Dark Universe was also an adjacent universe to the Gemini universe, so giving de Shikong the green light in that universe was far from being comparable. Lu Yin planned to go to de Shikong and then go to the next parallel universe through de Shikong. The woman contacted him again. Dao Master Lu, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin sent you a message through Limitless. Are you willing to listen? Lu Yin paused and his face sank. It was definitely not a good thing for Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin to take the initiative to send him a message. However, he definitely had to listen. Speak. The woman spoke slowly, her tone slightly gloomy. Wendy Yushan accidentally entered the endless battlefield. I don't know exactly where she went, but she must have gone to one of the three below. She paused and Lu Yin's face sank completely. However, he looked extremely calm on the outside. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Lu Yin had not wanted to let Wendy Yushan and Zhou Day Knight go to the Six Direction Society because he was afraid that someone would threaten him. However, they had been resolute and Lu Yin could not force them to stay. He had planned to let them return after some time, but as time passed he had forgotten about it. He had not expected the divine sovereign Xiaoyin to do such a despicable thing. Chapter 2750. Divinity Xiaoyin had actually thrown Wendy into the endless battlefield, forcing Lu Yin to stay. Otherwise, how could Wendy survive in the endless battlefield? Even Lu Yin had to be careful and had almost died at Qin Kong's hands. Dark spacetime, platinum spacetime and gourd spacetime. Lu Yin's gaze was cold as he ended the call and headed to the Gemini spacetime to talk to Bodhi Sage. Distanceless. Bodhi Sage was also silent. Divinity Xiaoyin had sent Lu Yin a message through Distanceless, so she naturally knew the contents of the message. Lu Yin's luck was really bad. She knew that once Divinity Xiaoyin found out that Lu Yin could leave the endless battlefield, he would definitely act. It all depended on whether Divinity Xiaoyin found out before or after Lu Yin left the endless battlefield. However, the outcome was before Lu Yin left. That was not right. If Qin Kong had not acted, Lu Yin might have already left the endless battlefield. It could only be said that this was fate. Although Divinity Xiaoyin's methods were despicable, they were actually quite ordinary. If Lu Yin did not care, Divinity Xiaoyin could have left. It all depended on Divinity Xiaoyin's position in Lu Yin's heart. Not long after, Lu Yin spoke with Bodhi Sage. Can I trouble you to introduce these three parallel spacetimes? Lu Yin looked for Bodhi Sage to ask about this. Everything else was meaningless. For example, why Wendy Yushan could enter the endless battlefield, why Divinity Xiaoyin had disregarded the battle situation and schemed against him outside the battlefield, and so on. All these questions were meaningless. It could only be said that Divinity Xiaoyin was qualified to scheme against him for now. In the Six Direction Society, they were not qualified to speak on equal terms, but that was only for now. Regardless of whether it was a Yuan sage or Divinity Xiaoyin, they viewed Lu Yin as an enemy, so it was normal for them to scheme against him. As for Lu Yin, if possible in the future he would not let them off either. This was why Lu Yin had entered the Six Direction Society in advance. Without Xianxi's identity to understand the Six Direction Society, he would have been even more passive when facing Divinity Xiaoyin. He would not even have the qualifications to fight back in the future. Bodhi Sage asked someone to pass on information about these three parallel spacetimes to Lu Yin. Lu Yin watched calmly. The most important thing right now was to find Wendy Yushan. No matter what Divinity Xiaoyin's thoughts, he could only suppress them for now. Lu Yin had expected that these three parallel universes would not be easy to deal with, but he had still underestimated how despicable the Xiaoyin deity could be. The Xiaoyin deity understood the endless battlefield too well, and these three parallel universes had been carefully selected for Lu Yin. Lu Yin had some understanding of the dark spacetime, and it was right next to the endless battlefield. It was one of the more difficult spacetimes to deal with, and it was unlikely that Divinity Xiaoyin would leave Wendy Yushan in the dark spacetime. However, because the dark spacetime was so close, Lu Yin had no choice but to check it out. This was where Divinity Xiaoyin had been clever. There were not many introductions regarding the dark spacetime. This spacetime was not in contact with the outside world. Even if he joined the endless battlefield, there were still 4 words in the introduction of the endless battlefield. Unable to differentiate between friend and foe. This unable to differentiate between friend and foe referred to the natives of the dark spacetime, and they were known as the Shadow Men. Not only did these people view the Eternals as enemies, but they would also sometimes kill cultivators from the Six Direction Association by mistake. Of course, this mistake was a matter of opinion. If Bodhi Sage was certain that it was a mistake, he would not have added the words unable to differentiate between friend and foe. In short, the dark spacetime was a chaotic and barbaric spacetime that was filled with killing intent and traps. Due to the uniqueness of this spacetime, the Six Direction Association had thrown many vicious people into it. The Six Direction Association did not care whether these people lived or died. As long as they achieved battle merits, they could return. If they died, regardless of whether they died at the hands of the Eternals or the Shadowmen, the Six Direction Association did not really care. The Lost Clan was the one who provided the most support to the dark spacetime. The Lost Clan was adept at using cards to set up traps. The Lost Clan's power in this spacetime was not small. As for how much power the Eternals had placed in the dark spacetime, the Six Direction Association was not sure at all. They did not even know if there were any progenitors among them. Songbai was certain that there were progenitors, but if there were, the Six Direction Association would have been able to detect them. This was a very strange point, and it also showed how dangerous the dark spacetime was. Anyone with half a brain would know that Divine Sovereign Xiao could not have left Wendy Yushan in the dark spacetime, but because this spacetime was too close to Lu Yin, he was forced to investigate it. In Divine Sovereign Xiao Yin's opinion, investigating the dark spacetime was quite dangerous. However, he still did not understand the fifth mainland. Lu Yin had the wireless goo, and as long as he entered the dark spacetime, he could use it to contact Wendy Yushan. As long as Wendy Yushan had the ability to communicate with him, there was no need to investigate. Thus, no matter how troublesome the dark spacetime was, Lu Yin did not plan to investigate it. He relied solely on the dark spacetime, and he did not hesitate to save Wendy Yushan. She was his family from the moment Undying Yushan had died. The dark spacetime was simple. No matter how dangerous it was, Lu Yin would not die as soon as he entered, and it would take at most 1 or 2 days for the wireless goo to contact him. The next 2 spacetimes were troublesome. Bo Rui spacetime, like Shaoling spacetime, was a very ordinary parallel spacetime. There were absolutely no progenitors there, and perhaps even very few half-progenitors. It was considered a relatively safe parallel spacetime in the endless battlefield. The trouble was that this parallel spacetime was too far away. If the endless battlefield was a straight line, then Bo Rui spacetime was equivalent to the other end of the straight line. If the endless battlefield was a circle, then Bo Rui spacetime was equivalent to the point directly opposite it. No matter how one looked at it, Lu Yin would need to cross dozens of parallel spacetimes to reach it. No one knew what would happen to these parallel spacetimes. Bodhi Saint deliberately emphasized that even she could not guarantee that she would be able to safely cross these parallel spacetimes. It was not uncommon for Lu Yin to be ambushed by an progenitor corpse king the moment he arrived at Dashi Kong. Some of the parallel spacetime portals were in the hands of the Eternals. There was a way to quickly reach Bo Rui spacetime, and that was to leave the endless battlefield and go through the road signs to Bo Rui spacetime. However, no one knew where the road signs to Bo Rui spacetime would appear. Since Divine Master Xiaoyin had proposed Bo Rui spacetime, he must have a backup plan. This road must have been blocked by him. The only thing Lu Yin could do was to try using Xianxi's identity. Perhaps Divine Master Xiaoyin had sealed all the road signs to Bo Rui spacetime. The last one was the Gourd spacetime. The name was very ordinary and even a little cute, but this spacetime was the most dangerous. There were 62 parallel spacetimes in the endless battlefield, and the Gourd spacetime's danger level was enough to rank in the top 10, close to the top 5. Bodhi Saint only said one thing about the Gourd spacetime: there would be no less than 6 extreme powerhouses in that spacetime. No less than 6 extreme powerhouses? What kind of concept was that? It meant that the entire spacetime was a battlefield for extreme powerhouses, and one could encounter them anywhere. Although Lu Yin and the 4 cardinal scales confronted more than 6 extreme powerhouses, they did not fight. When Xiaxinji arrived at the 5th mainland alone, he unleashed the divine martial saber domain and spread it all over the 5th mainland, causing the entire 5th mainland to fall into despair. Secret Ancestor, Martial Ancestor, one by one, made a move that was earth-shattering. A battle between any progenitor could affect the entire spacetime, let alone 6 progenitors. Bodhi Saint concluded that Wendy Yushan was most likely in Bo Rui spacetime. If Divine Master Xiaoyin wanted to kill Lu Yin through the endless battlefield, he would not let Wendy Yushan die so easily. Bo Rui spacetime was the safest. Pathmaster Lu, if this person is not very important to you, it is best not to go to Bo Rui spacetime and the Gourd spacetime. Of course, as the commander of the endless battlefield, I personally hope that you can go. At least you can share the pressure of the battlefield. Bodhi Saint said something contradictory. Lu Yin looked at the screen. Has Yuan Sage contacted Divine Master Xiaoyin? No, as long as Divine Master Xiaoyin is willing, he can see all the news of the endless battlefield immediately. Yuan Sage will not contact him as he cannot bear the consequences. Lu Yin exhaled. I will go to the dark spacetime. Bodhi Saint was not surprised. If that person was very important to Lu Yin, he would definitely go to the dark spacetime. However, it was not clear whether he would go to the other two spacetimes. Bodhi Saint would report Divine Master Xiaoyin's actions to the great heavenly venerables. The endless battlefield was sacred and was the front line of humanity's fight against the eternal race. It was not a place he could scheme against. Even if he did not violate the rules, this method was not allowed. Lu Yin walked out of the Gemini spacetime's intelligence-gathering place. Songbai happened to come and was stunned when he saw Lu Yin. "Do you want to go to the dark spacetime together?" Lu Yin asked. Songbai was so scared that his face turned pale. "Pathmaster Lu, don't joke around. People like me will die if I go to the dark spacetime." Lu Yin looked at him calmly. "How long did Chen Lu live in there?" Songbai shook his head. "Senior did not tell me how long. He only said that if I go again, even if I break through to the extreme powerhouse realm, I may not be able to come back alive." The more he spoke, the more his voice trembled. He felt that Lu Yin's gaze was malicious. Lu Yin did not think of taking him there at all. He walked past him and then disappeared. After Lu Yin left, he heaved a sigh of relief. His back was already drenched in sweat. He decided to return to the Shaoling spacetime. This spacetime was still too dangerous. He could encounter this ruthless person at any time. The dark spacetime, as its name suggested, was completely dark. Before coming, Lu Yin had thought that the dark spacetime was that kind of dusky. Although the information given by Bodhi Saint mentioned darkness, it did not say that it was this dark. This was not the darkness of light, but more like the feeling of approaching darkness. Darkness suppressed light. Lu Yin arrived at the dark spacetime through the spacetime door. The first thing he did was to avoid the place he was at. He did not know if this place would be ambushed by the eternal race like Dashur Kong. The astral source jumped at his fingertips, producing specks of light, but they were quickly drowned out by the darkness. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. The darkness seemed to be consciously devouring the light. Not only the light but even the astral source that emitted the light was swallowed up. This was a spacetime that ate people. He tried several times. Whether it was using tools to produce flames to emit light or using power to produce light, they were all swallowed up by the darkness. This was within the starry sky. However, the starry sky was like a dark monster that constantly devoured everything. No wonder it was called the dark spacetime. It was a creepy darkness. There was no light and he could not see. Lu Yin could only use his domain to perceive, but gradually he found that even his domain was swallowed up by the darkness. This spacetime was too strange. "Yesterday I was happy to have a daughter. Thank you for your support. When I stabilize I will update more. Thank you." Chapter 2751. Lu Yin's domain power was extremely strong. As for the spatial lines, it didn't matter to him whether he could see them or not. No one walked in space, so he would always see the lines. At most he could move them himself. Bodhi Sage had given him information on the dark spacetime, and the first sentence was, "Hide yourself." In the dark spacetime, no matter what cultivation one had, one could not expose their existence because others would not. Once exposed, one would be attacked like a target. There was no place to gather information in the dark spacetime, and the Shadow Man viewed the Eternals as their enemy. They did not have a good attitude towards the Six Direction Gang and had no intention of cooperating with them. This spacetime's environment was not suitable for ordinary people to live in. Even without the Six Direction Gang's help, the Eternals would find it difficult to take over this spacetime. Even progenitors would have their hands tied here. Lu Yin stood on what could be considered a planet and tried for a while. He finally confirmed that the power in his heart allowed him to see the surrounding area, but the range was not too wide. As for his domain, it would gradually be swallowed up after spreading out, but there would also be a period where it would not be swallowed up immediately. He took out the wireless goo and contacted Wendy Yushan. Although the possibility was not high, he really hoped that Wendy Yushan was in this spacetime. 2 hours later, Lu Yin put down his hand, but there was no response from the wireless goo. Was that really the case? There was no need to rush, and he would wait for at least half a month. If he still could not contact her, then he would have to think of a way to go to the Gourd or Platinum Sharp spacetime. If he could not find her in the endless battlefield, then he would think of another way. Sovereign Xiaoyin would not let Wendy Yushan die so easily. He could not passively follow Sovereign Xiaoyin's orders. What he really needed to do was to think of a way outside the battlefield, but it was not that easy. For now he could only think and search. A few days later Lu Yin tried again, but there was still no response. Another few days passed, and on this day a person came to the Great Stone Empire and searched for Lu Yin's whereabouts, but was told that he was not sure. This person's face was ashen, and he cursed angrily in the Great Stone Empire. No one dared to refute him because he was an extreme powerhouse. His name was Dan Pu, and he was an extremely strong martial artist of the Lost Clan. He was originally staying in a certain parallel universe of the endless battlefield, waiting for his time to leave. However, some time ago the clan suddenly sent someone to contact him and asked him to look for a person called Lu Yin. He was to keep an eye on that person and nothing must happen to that person. This mission completely destroyed Dan Pu's good mood. He had planned to stay in that parallel universe and live a peaceful life until he got out. He didn't want to leave even if he was beaten to death. It was rare for him to be unyielding with his clan. He wanted to resist, but what he got in return was that his name was almost erased. The attitude of the clan was very simple. If he did not go, his name would be removed. The Lost Clan did not want him anymore. This left Dan Pu stupefied. The clan's attitude was even more resolute than his, much more resolute. In desperation, Dan Pu could only walk out of her comfort zone and come to Dashikong to look for Lu Yin. Fortunately, the spacetime continuum was only separated by 6 parallel spacetime continuums. His luck was good and he didn't run into any of the Eternals' elites. He successfully reached the large stone space, but the results he received were unclear. That Lu Yin was clearly in Dashikong, how could he not know? He thought that these people did not know Lu Yin, but these people had a deep impression of Lu Yin. Lu Yin had almost given the green light to Dashikong. Dan Pu was helpless. He wanted to find a place to gather information, but he was told that there was no such place. He could only go to the nearby Gemini spacetime to find Lu Yin. As soon as he contacted Bodhi Sage and mentioned Lu Yin's name, someone in the Gemini universe's intelligence gathering place told him that Lu Yin had gone to the dark spacetime. Dan Pu was furious. Why did this Lu Yin have to go to the dark spacetime? He asked Bodhi Sage, but Bodhi Sage did not tell him the reason. Instead, he was curious as to why Dan Pu was looking for Lu Yin. Dan Pu naturally did not say anything and hurriedly went to the dark spacetime. The Lost Clan was well aware of the chaos in the dark spacetime. There were extreme powerhouses of the Eternals there, and they were not ordinary powerhouses. This Lu Yin was really troublesome. In the dark spacetime, Lu Yin constantly released his domain, sometimes withdrawing it and sometimes releasing it. He had been here for more than 10 days, but he had not seen a single person. He did not just stay on the previous continent, he also wanted to take a look at the dark spacetime. With his strength, it was fine to be careful. Finally, 5 days later he saw a battlefield. If not for the strangeness of the dark spacetime, he would have discovered this battlefield the day he arrived. Although it was called a battlefield, it was completely different from an ordinary one. It was like a beehive. The 6 clan cultivators, Umbra men and Eternals corpse kings all hid, probed and ambushed each other. It was completely different from a normal battlefield. Lu Yin scanned the area with his domain, and only one 6 clan cultivator was able to sense it. This person also cultivated a domain. In the 6 clan, almost no one cultivated a domain, so this person should be from the reincarnation spacetime. F***ck, which bastard is so brazen as to search the battlefield? Isn't he afraid of being killed? Those corpse kings can sense this kind of power, but I won't respond. It's probably a rookie who just entered the battlefield. The sooner he dies, the better. In a corner of the beehive, a man with a ferocious expression and a long blade laid across his chest stared ahead with bloodshot eyes. Behind him were 3 stone walls, and only the front was wide enough for others to pass through. It could only allow one person to pass through, and further ahead was a cliff. This was the perfect location that this person had found, and he had already ambushed and killed 5 corpse kings and 1 Umbra man here. Killing 5 corpse kings was not an easy task. The corpse kings that could enter the dark spacetime were not ordinary corpse kings, but ones that had been specifically chosen for the dark spacetime. Some corpse kings had strange innate gifts, while others had strange battle techniques. In short, they were very difficult to deal with. The man gripped his blade tightly. He had already been in the dark spacetime for more than a year and he still had nearly 9 years left. The man did not even know if he could survive, and his chances of survival were slim. He also wanted to escape from the dark spacetime, but he could not find the portal. Even if he did, whether or not he could escape was another matter altogether. Even if he was only 1,000 meters away from the portal, this distance was still a dead end. Please don't come, please don't come, please don't come. The man kept muttering to himself, hoping that no corpse kings or umberman would come. Even if he stayed in this location for a full 10 years, he did not plan on killing anymore, as this was enough. At this moment, the air in front of him moved and the man's eyes widened. Someone who, although he could not see, cultivators had many ways to sense their surroundings. The man was an explorer and had also cultivated a domain, so he was confident that he had a 30% chance of returning alive from the dark spacetime. Their domains collided and the man's eyes trembled. It was that bastard. He raised his blade and slashed out. Aside from himself, everyone in the dark spacetime was an enemy. The blade stopped moving, unable to advance any further. You're even killing your own people. How vile, Lu Yin said as he stared coldly at the man. The man exerted all his strength, but his blade still could not advance. He knew that he had run into an expert and hurriedly retreated. However, there was a wall behind him that prevented him from moving. Let's talk nicely. I don't have any ill intentions, the man said hoarsely. Lu Yin did not care about him and he continued to stare at the wall behind the man. There was no light and the darkness on the wall seemed even deeper. The darkness there could move. Is this the Umberman's power? Lu Yin suddenly pressed against the wall with one hand, and it felt as if he was pressing against the darkness. It was bone-chilling to the touch, and even though darkness did not have any heat, this darkness was bone-chilling. The man suddenly turned around and was shocked. The Umbra man, the wall behind him shattered, and a figure rushed out and fled into the distance. The Umbra man was no different from a normal person. The only difference was that his eyes did not have pupils, only an eyeball. This kind of eye could not see light even in normal spacetime, so it was very suitable for the dark spacetime. Lu Yin disappeared. This Umbra man had wanted to kill that man who was a cultivator from the Six Direction Association. Although he was vile and not a good person, the Umbra man had attacked him, which meant that the Umbra man was an enemy. The Umbra man wanted to see what was going on. Was the Umbra man treating the Everlasting Tribe and the Six Direction Association as enemies, or was he siding with the Everlasting Tribe? Lu Yin had captured too many spies, and when he saw this scene he subconsciously wanted to attack. The Umbra man's escape method was very strange. It was as if he was swimming in the darkness and his speed was extremely fast. He was not relying on himself but the darkness. This was a race that lived in the darkness. However, it was useless no matter how fast the Umbra man fled. Lu Yin raised his foot and blocked his path. The Umbra man turned around from afar. He knew that he was blocking the path. Suddenly, a pebble shot towards the Umbra man. He hurriedly dodged, but the pebble suddenly stopped and then exploded. Countless particles shot out in all directions and pierced through the Umbra man's body. The Umbra man was heavily injured and spat out blood as he fell to the ground. Another pebble shot out in the same direction and it also exploded and shot out in all directions. If the Umbra man was hit again, he would definitely die. Lu Yin appeared beside the Umbra man and grabbed him with one hand. The particles stopped around him and then shot back in the direction they had come from. Below them, a particle smashed through a corpse king's head, killing it instantly. Lu Yin's domain swept through the area, and he had just witnessed a good show of a chaotic battle. The commotion that had just occurred had completely ignited the entire area. All sorts of attacks were directed towards Lu Yin's direction, each one carrying a strange and murderous intent. There was even a card that belonged to the Lost Clan. Lu Yin stepped forward and brought the Umbra man to a corner far away from where they had just been. The Umbra man fell to the ground and coughed up blood. He painfully clutched at the places on his body that had been pierced by the particles, and he continued to bleed profusely. Why did you kill that person? Lu Yin asked. The Umbra man panted heavily and looked up. In this lightless space he stared at Lu Yin with great precision. None of them had pupils, but Lu Yin felt as if he was being stared at. They're all enemies. Lu Yin frowned. Were they all enemies? That's right, this person had just been killed by the Everlasting Tribe. At the very least, this proved that he was not from the Everlasting Tribe. The Lost Clan and the other cultivators from the Six Paths Society had not hesitated to attack the Umbra man. They did not distinguish between friend and foe. Aside from themselves, everyone was an enemy. Cough cough. The Umbra man was heavily injured and Lu Yin discovered something strange. The Umbra man's wounds had been swallowed up by the darkness. Chapter 2752. Lu Yin stared at the wound that had been pierced by the particle. It should have been bleeding non-stop, but the wound was healing quickly. You'll recover in half a day, right? Lu Yin was surprised. The shadow man lay on the ground in agony, but he did not speak. The wound was healing, but the pain did not lessen. Lu Yin's domain swept out once more, instantly wiping out all the corpse kings. These corpse kings were just as Bodhi Sage had described. They all had strange powers. After Lu Yin wiped them out, the Six Directions Association cultivators and the Shadow Man were all safe. I've wiped out all the corpse kings. Everyone is safe now, Lu Yin said before taking a step forward and leaving. Everyone heard him, but no one responded. No one believed him. The battles here were all about scheming and sneaky attacks. It was not strange for the enemy to use all sorts of methods, but for the sake of their own lives, everyone hid themselves and did not expose themselves. Only the injured Shadow Man was certain of Lu Yin's words. Although he did not know how Lu Yin had done it, he felt that Lu Yin was terrifying. This kind of power should not appear in a small battlefield like this. Fighting in the dark spacetime was like a blind man crossing a river. He had to cross the river to prevent himself from drowning, but he also had to guard against enemies hiding in the water. Lu Yin did not want to get involved in the dark spacetime's battles. He wanted to go to the next parallel spacetime. He had been here for half a month, but he still had not been able to contact Wendy Yushan. She had either lost control of herself or was dead. Either way, there was no need for Lu Yin to stay. Lu Yin suddenly felt powerless. He had the strength to fight against a progenitor, and he had all sorts of external items and methods. He seemed to be invincible to others, but there were many times when he was still powerless. He had the sect of heaven, but he could only protect himself? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He had to think of a way to help third uncle Ke and the others break through to the progenitor realm and restore the sect of heaven to its former glory. The only thing that could do this was the sequence particle. The sequence particle was a supreme power that even progenitors could only dream of. The research of the sequence particle was inseparable from the progenitor realm. Perhaps he could use the sequence particle to find a shortcut that would allow third uncle and the others to break through. He still had to find Zijing. He had to find her. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Only the glorious sect of heaven did not fear anyone. Why should he focus all of his energy on the everlasting? At the very least, they didn't need to do so for the time being. With the Six Direction Association holding the fort, the Eternals wouldn't be able to cause too much damage. In the era of above heaven, the Eternals could only bow their heads. The six factions hated the heavenly sect because they hadn't destroyed the Eternals in that era. If the heavenly sect had been restored to its peak and given everyone a choice, they would have destroyed the Eternals. The extremely glorious heavenly sect? Back then there were the 3 realms and 6 paths. Now how could they restore such power? Perhaps the 3 realms and 6 Daoists didn't exist, but the 9 mountains and 8 seas did. Progenitor Qin was definitely not dead, and Progenitor Mist was on the 5th continent. Where was Progenitor Withering? Was he dead? Are the Talisman Ancestor and the Hui Ancestor dead? Even if they died, third uncle and the others had broken through to the progenitor realm, and their strength might not be any weaker than the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Putting Patriarch Lu Tianyi aside, the Lu clan had one of the true patriarchs of the 6 paths. Time continued to pass, and Lu Yin was getting closer and closer to the portal. It was very dangerous to be near the dimensional door. Changes could happen at any moment. Even he had to be careful. There was someone ahead. Lu Yin's domain. It expanded and was easily swallowed up by the darkness, but the expanding domain still allowed Lu Yin to see the person and also reverse steps. Reverse steps. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and his domain expanded in a single direction, enveloping a shadow man. That's right, it was indeed reverse steps. In the distance, in outer space, a shadow man was clearly moving backwards, but his body was moving forward and constantly shifting. This was reverse steps. Lu Yin was stunned. He could actually see reverse steps in this dark spacetime, and it was coming from a shadow man? The shadow man could clearly sense the domain enveloping him, and his body was like a magnet that constantly pulled in the darkness. The darkness swallowed the domain faster and faster, and the shadow man wanted to hide himself again. However, he had already been targeted by Lu Yin, and there was no way he could escape. The shadow man grew more and more alarmed, and his reverse steps became faster and faster. Suddenly, his footsteps became disorderly as his right foot stepped on his left leg, breaking his bones and causing his body to fall forward. A card appeared behind him and descended directly on top of his head, drawing the shadowy man in. Lu Yin's body instantly appeared beside the card and entered it with the shadow man. Inside the card was a white world that was so piercing that the shadow man trembled. Kill me. Kill me. Lu Yin entered the card and suddenly acted, blocking the blinding light above his head. Only then did the shadow man heave a sigh of relief, his body drenched in sweat. You're not a shadow man, a voice said. Lu Yin replied, I'm a cultivator from the Sixth Direction Association. You shouldn't have helped him. He killed my brother. The voice continued, did you just reinforce the dark space-time? Lu Yin replied, the outside world says that the shadow men are hostile to the Sixth Direction Association. Now it seems that the situation is even worse. It's not hostility, it's killing. The lost tribesman's voice was filled with anger. We didn't do anything to him, but he used the power of darkness to devour my brother and steal the card. He deserves to die. The shadow men were still trembling. They could not adapt to the light and could only stay in the darkness. Lu Yin looked at the shadow man. Why did you kill the lost tribesman? The shadow man did not answer. Every year at least 1/3 of the cultivators from the Sixth Direction Association who reinforce the dark space-time die at the hands of the shadow men. They target both the Eternals and the Sixth Direction Association, the lost tribesman said. Lu Yin was puzzled. Does the Sixth Direction Association know about this? Of course. Why hasn't it been resolved? How? Destroy the shadow men? They are the same kind as us and the Sixth Direction Association has tried to ally with them. However, the shadow men are despicable and shameless. On the surface, they seem to have agreed to the Sixth Direction Association's request, but in reality, they still take the initiative to attack us. Their reason is that they can't differentiate between the Sixth Direction Association's cultivators and the Corpse King in the dark space-time. Indeed, it's difficult for us to differentiate. I didn't do it on purpose. The shadow man panicked. Our ancestors taught us not to hesitate when attacking. Even if I don't attack, you will. You're despicable. We have no choice. We also want to live. Lu Yin looked at the shadow man coldly. You want to live so you let others die? The shadow man's pupilless face stared at Lu Yin. This is our home, but they treat it as a battlefield. Lu Yin frowned. Was it the same as the drifting cloud space? No, the lost tribesman shouted. The Sixth Direction Association is tracking the Eternals. This was originally the battlefield between the shadow men and the Eternals. We're helping you. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling light turned into a sharp blade that slashed towards the shadow man. Lu Yin caught the blade. I have a question for him. The lost tribesman was furious. Which parallel universe are you from? We will avenge the lost tribesman ourselves. If you interfere, you are an enemy. Lu Yin knocked the shadow man unconscious and took out his card. In the void, the lost tribesman walked out and stared blankly at the card in Lu Yin's hand. Outsiders could not tell the level of the card unless they saw the mark on the card. However, the lost tribesman did not need that. He could clearly feel the power of his card being suppressed. It was definitely a high-level card that he could not understand. You are? Lu Yin said, leave this person to me. Don't worry, I will return him to you after this is over. The lost tribesman bowed. Yes. Lu Yin took the shadow man out of the card and woke him up. He asked him to go backward. The shadow man was vigilant. Where is the lost tribesman? I sent him away, Lu Yin replied. The shadow man's eyelids twitched. The darkness around him became deeper. He looked around but did not find the lost tribesman. He was puzzled. How did you send him away? It has nothing to do with you. Answer my question. Otherwise, your fate will not be better than falling into his hands. Lu Yin's tone was cold. The shadow man sneered. Every member of the Dark Shadow tribe has learned the footwork you mentioned. Some can learn it and some can't. It is impossible for you to learn it. Stop dreaming. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. What is that footwork called? Seamless footwork. The shadow man replied directly. This was common knowledge. Many people in the Sixth Direction Association knew about it. This footwork was not a secret. He thought that Lu Yin wanted to learn it. Seamless footwork? It was not called reverse footwork. It was learned by Qian Zhou from a jade stone and came from progenitor Qian. In that space, the footprints under the river represented the learning method of reverse footwork. In fact, it did not have a name. The dark spacetime had existed for far longer than progenitor Qin. Therefore, this footwork should be called seamless footwork. Then how did this footwork spread to the dark spacetime? Can I go now? The shadow man asked. He wanted to leave. Lu Yin waved his hand. Go. The shadow man did not expect Lu Yin to be so easy to talk to. Lu Yin had saved him just to ask about common knowledge. He used the dark spacetime to check again. After confirming that there were no outsiders, he left. However, not long after he left, a card pulled him in, leaving the shadow man screaming in horror. He could not leave the dark spacetime. At least he had to meet the Shadowman Patriarch and find the source of reverse footwork. This place was related to the Genesis space. It was not difficult to find the Shadowman Patriarch. He just needed to find a Shadowman to lead the way. The Shadowmen were not corpse kings. They were also afraid of death. Lu Yin only needed to threaten them a little and they would lead him through the dark spacetime. There was nothing more convenient than having a Shadowman lead the way. In fact, if the Shadowmen did not have this characteristic of not being able to distinguish between friend and foe, they could work together to deal with the corpse kings. This spacetime would be much easier to deal with. The Shadowman Patriarch was called Dark Nine. He lived on an extremely deep and dark land. The closer one got to the land, the colder and darker it felt. This land was called the Dark Domain. It was the land where the Shadowmen lived. Chapter 2753. On the way here, Lu Yin had learned a lot about the Shadowman, including a book called the Tome of Darkness. Rumor had it that the dark spacetime had once given birth to an extremely powerful being, and it was that extremely powerful being who had caused the dark spacetime to become like this. The darkness did not exist in the first place. It was the power of that extremely powerful expert to change the world. They were all the descendants of that ultimate rancor and had devoted their entire lives to searching for the grimoire of darkness. Once they found it, they would be able to transform and become ultimate rancors. They would then be able to easily wipe out all their enemies in the dark time and space. Their so-called enemies weren't just the Eternals, but also the Six Direction Society. Lu Yin had also asked the Shadowmen why they were hostile towards the Six Direction Society. This Shadowman's answer was the same as the previous one. It was not hostile but a habit formed from years of fighting. However, the first Shadowman he had met had told him that they were all enemies. The Umbra men did not have pupils, so Lu Yin could not see through them. However, Lu Yin felt that these Umbra men were not telling the truth at all. Just as the Lost Tribesmen had said, they were cunning and despicable. If it was the Six Direction Guild that had brought the Eternals into the dark spacetime and brought war to them, they could view the Six Direction Guild as an enemy. However, the Six Direction Guild was clearly supporting them. This answer might be obtained from Ngio, but the premise was that they had to talk to Ngio as an equal. Very few of the Six Directions Society's cultivators had seen Ngio. The attitude of the Dark Shadow Men had struck fear into the hearts of the Six Directions Society's cultivators. They were afraid that they would be besieged by the Dark Shadow Men. Even half-martial ancestors didn't dare to do so. Bodhisaint's information only recorded that only an extremely powerful expert had come into contact with the Dark Shadow Human Patriarch, but that was a long time ago. In fact, the Six Paths Guild had already given up on the dark spacetime, so the reinforcements they sent were all heinous criminals. Only the Lost Clan had volunteered to come here as a trial. Lu Yin stepped onto the tenebrous domain and extended his domain outwards. On this continent, the darkness engulfed his domain at a rate that was several times faster than in other places. Lu Yin had to constantly shrink and release his domain before he could barely maintain it. Yishuan also discovered that there were many experts among the Dark Shadow Men. One of them was a half-martial ancestor. Yishuan had noticed him the moment he stepped into the dark domain. However, that half-martial ancestor expert didn't make a move. Perhaps he thought that everything was under control. It was already a few days later when Lu Yin successfully met Ngio. Ngio seemed to be trying to intimidate Lu Yin. The moment Lu Yin arrived, the surrounding darkness transformed into a giant beast that wanted to swallow Lu Yin whole. The shadow man that Lu Yin had forced to lead the way hurriedly ran away, turning around to glare at Lu Yin. Lu Yin allowed the deep darkness to attack him. Patriarch Ngio, is this how the shadow men treat their guests? The darkness corrosion had already swallowed half of his body, and the bone-chilling sensation was the same as someone holding a knife to their neck. For the shadow men, once they were affected by the darkness corrosion, their life and death were in their hands. And Zhou clasped his hands behind his back and unscrupulously released the might of a half-martial ancestor. Who are you? Why do you want to see me? I represent the Six Directions Society, Lu Yin said directly. And Zhou snorted, you're not qualified. What do I have to do to qualify? Lu Yin's lips curled up as he teased. And Zhou was afraid. To be able to remain calm at this time, this person either had something to rely on or was fearless. No matter what the situation was, it was not what he wanted to face. Thinking of this, his tone gradually softened. Tell me where you're from. Why do you want to see me? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and he released the power in his heart. He circulated the stars and in an instant, everything in the surroundings appeared in Lu Yin's eyes. He saw Zhou, the shadow man that he had threatened, and an old half-martial ancestor with a weathered face further away. He saw the shadow men around him and they were either mocking him or coldly looking at him with weapons in their hands. These shadow men really treated him like an enemy. Lu Yin did not hesitate. He took a step forward and grabbed at Zhou. Zhou did not expect Lu Yin to take the initiative to attack. This was the Tenebrous domain and there were hundreds of millions of shadow men here. There were many powerhouses here and this person was clearly not even at his level. How dare he take the initiative to attack? This was too abnormal. Zhou subconsciously retreated and at the same time he had the old man at the same level as him attack. What Zhou used to retreat was also the reverse step. At the same time, Lu Yin also used the reverse step and their figures constantly changed as they shuttled back and forth. They caused the void to distort and crack, but the darkness of the void was still far from the tenebrous domain. Instead it seemed to bring color to the tenebrous domain. Zhou was shocked. He could not see but he could clearly feel Lu Yin's hand getting closer and closer to him. This person was also using the reverse step to disrupt space and his speed was even faster than Zhou's. How was this possible? The old half-martial ancestor also used the reverse step to stop Lu Yin, but Lu Yin's usage of the reverse step had already reached the level of disrupting time. The two of them could not compare. As Lu Yin took another step forward, he had already passed Zhou and was now level with him. Zhou slowly turned his head and his pupilless face looked at Lu Yin. He could not hide his shock. Lu Yin grabbed Zhou's neck with one hand, and darkness spread around Zhou, forming a barrier to isolate Lu Yin. This was the power of a half-martial ancestor. Behind Zhou, the old man raised his hand and pressed down with enough force to destroy the void. A five-fingered passageway appeared in the darkness, and Lu Yin was at the other end of the passageway. Lu Yin broke Zhou's darkness barrier with one hand and raised his other hand to face the darkness. Bang! There was a loud bang and ripples appeared in the void, shattering it. In the surroundings, the shadow men were sent flying, swept by the aftershock. The half-martial ancestor Shadowman's arm shattered as he was ruthlessly sent flying. Lu Yin also grabbed Zhou by the neck and lifted him up. A mere immortal transformation realm cultivator dares to be impudent to me. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. The strongest elder and patriarch of the Shadowmen were injured, and the other was captured. They could not resist at all. A long time ago Lu Yin could be unrestrained at the half-martial ancestor realm. Even Fate Lady, one of the 12 Heavenly Gates sect masters recognized by the above heavens era, was not worthy of his attention, let alone Zhou. The Shadowman's power was very strange, but the only effect it had on Lu Yin was that he could not see. At most, his power would be swallowed by the darkness, but how much could it swallow? It was more likely that the legendary powerhouse of the dark spacetime had come. The Shadowman's lifelong pursuit of power could suppress Lu Yin. Otherwise, they would be like ants in front of Lu Yin. A half-martial ancestor was just a slightly bigger ant. All the Shadowmen were stunned. They lay on the ground in shock and the fear in their hearts spread. They wanted to escape but did not dare to. The half-martial ancestor old man spat out a mouthful of blood. Senior, please spare our lives. It's our fault for being rude. He was clearly a half-martial ancestor, but he displayed his fear of death vividly. Lu Yin understood the Shadowmen more and more. They were hypocritical, afraid of death, despicable, sinister and righteous. It was as if this space-time represented darkness. There was no need to be polite when dealing with them. It was best to use force. Zhou was grabbed by the neck and could not make a sound. He kept patting Lu Yin's arm with both hands, begging for mercy. Lu Yin casually threw Jiao to the ground. What else do you want to ask now? Jiao waved his hand and coughed. No more questions. Senior, whatever you say is what it is. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. If you are so afraid of death, why are you still hostile to the Six Forces? Aren't you afraid that the Six Forces will send a powerhouse to destroy you? Jiao coughed and wanted to say something, but no words came out. The half-martial ancestor old man said bitterly, the powerhouses of the Six Forces can't see us at all. The darkness domain is like an extension of our bodies. We can sense the arrival of powerhouses, but who would have thought? The old man did not say anything, but Lu Yin knew what he wanted to say. Who would have thought that a monster like him would appear? Suppressing a half-martial ancestor with a cultivation at the Sixth Tribulation origin stage was not something that could happen in the Six Forces. Jiao finally calmed down. Back then the Six Forces sent someone to meet us. That person's cultivation is similar to Senior's. We did not meet him because he was called the perfect young master. We were not sure of his strength, so we did not meet him. Then why did you meet me? There must be a problem if I took the initiative to meet you. Lu Yin asked. It seemed like the Six Forces had thought of ways to deal with the Shadow Men, but they had no choice. The Shadow Men were too cautious. Jiao said helplessly, we were too careless. Lu Yin looked down at him. Seamless steps, how did you get it? Jiao was shocked. You are here to ask this? You are not here to represent the Six Forces? I'll ask and you'll answer. If there's even one sentence of nonsense, you don't need to live anymore. Lu Yin's tone turned cold, scaring Jiao into nodding. The seamless steps came from the Tome of Darkness. It was left behind by our ancestor. The Tome of Darkness recorded all kinds of battle techniques, but unfortunately, it disappeared with our ancestor. We are also looking for the Tome of Darkness, Jiao answered. Lu Yin frowned. Tome of Darkness? There didn't seem to be anyone in the Genesis space who cultivated such a dark energy. The one that resembled it the most was the Death God. However, that was Death Chi, which was completely different from this darkness. This was a kind of energy that devoured light. It was not as tyrannical as Death Chi. Other than the reverse steps, use all the battle techniques you know, Lu Yin said. Jiao did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly displayed his battle techniques. At the same time, Dan Pu also made a round in the darkness space, but she couldn't find Lu Yin. Left with no choice, she could only come to the darkness continent. Ever since the Six Forces sent experts to contact the Umber Men, no one was able to see the Umber Men's patriarch, and Dan Pu was no exception. The Lost Clan had many disciples training in the darkness space. Of course, they wanted to come in contact with the Umber Men, but none succeeded. The darkness domain was too dangerous. Once he stepped in, the Umber Men would immediately leave. He could walk freely in the darkness domain, but he couldn't find the Umber Men's patriarch. She was worried that Lu Yin had come to the darkness domain. The Umber Men were not simple. No matter what, she had to find them. However, Lu Yin was able to deal with De Shi Kong's ancestor Realm Corpse King. If things went wrong, the Umber Men would be at a disadvantage. They would underestimate Lu Yin, and once they did, they would be in trouble. Thinking of this, Dan Pu headed towards the darkness domain. Chapter 2754. At the center of the tenebrous domain, Lu Yin used his domain to observe Jiao and the others' battle techniques. He wanted to see if he could find any clues related to the Genesis space. Reversing step alone was not enough to determine the specific connection between this spacetime and the Genesis space. In the Genesis space, Progenitor Chen was not the first to master reversing step. He had also learned it. Every spacetime had its own characteristics. The dark spacetime was not weak, and it produced many battle techniques that were all connected to this darkness. This darkness was a type of power similar to astral sources, and Lu Yin could cultivate it if he wanted. As he thought about it, he did not realize that the darkness in the tenebrous domain was growing deeper as Jiao used his technique. It was originally impossible to see clearly here, and it was even darker than the sky. Now it was even darker. Jiao suppressed his breathing to prevent himself from showing any abnormalities. He was indeed using his technique, but its only use was to awaken the progenitor. The dark spacetime had an extremely strong powerhouse, the progenitor who had lived for countless years. Reversing step did not come from the Tome of Darkness, but from that progenitor. Only the progenitor could deal with this person. According to the progenitor's instructions, any outsider who threatened the dark spacetime was to be killed, regardless of their status. This was the reason why the Shadow Men had attacked the everlasting race in the Six-Way Society. They were following the progenitor's instructions. Lu Yin did not sense anything as he did not understand the Shadow Men. Even the lost race who understood the dark spacetime best did not know all of their battle techniques. It was only when an invisible danger descended that Lu Yin was alerted. He looked down and saw that the danger was coming from beneath his feet. How had his domain been swallowed up so quickly? Even though his domain was constantly being swallowed up by the darkness, Lu Yin relied on his freedom of manipulation to barely maintain it. Unknowingly, however, his domain could not keep up with the speed of the darkness. Not only that, but he had also lost all understanding of the ground beneath his feet. Lu Yin did not hesitate to avoid the area and attack Zhou at the same time. He knew that the problem lay with the Shadow Men. Unfortunately, it was too late. Zhou suddenly knelt on the ground and muttered to himself. All the Shadow Men around him did the same. Lu Yin's feet were bound by the darkness and he could not move. What did you do? Lu Yin stared at Zhou. Zhou kept muttering something that sounded like a prayer or a curse, but Lu Yin could not understand it. The sense of danger in his mind, however, grew stronger. Right now, all he wanted to do was to get as far away from this place as possible. Lu Yin could resist the darkness, but the darkness that bound his legs. Not only that, but the darkness continued to spread and engulf him. Lu Yin no longer hesitated and attacked the darkness, but his attack passed right through it. Starting from his legs, a bone-piercing cold followed by a numbness spread throughout his body. There was no doubt that this feeling belonged to the progenitor realm. The Dark Shadow clan actually had progenitor realm experts, and they were definitely not ordinary progenitor realm experts. He was able to trap his legs with just his strength. Was he being pushed back during this period of time? First, he suffered 81 slashes in the Lost Clan, and he was unable to resist or evade. Fortunately, those 81 slashes did not injure him and he was even left with a small knife. After that, he was attacked by an Ancestor Realm Corpse King as soon as he arrived at Deshirkong. After that, he was ambushed by Qing Kong and he almost died. If not for the small knife, he would have really died. And now, he had encountered an Ancestor Realm expert that was difficult to resist. No wonder people said that the endless battlefield was a life and death grinder. Even progenitors did not want to come. On the surface, his strength was only at the 6th stage of the Origin Tribulation Realm. Being at the 6th stage of the Origin Tribulation Realm meant that he was far safer than a true Ancestor Realm expert. In addition, he also had various protective treasures. Even so, he had nearly died. This was the endless battlefield, the true grindstone of life and death for humanity. Lu Yin took out his slippers and slammed them down. The slippers missed as well. The slippers were powerful, but against an opponent that he could not hit, it was as helpless as when he had slapped the undying god. Lu Yin tried a few times, but it was useless. The slippers could not hit the darkness. The darkness was like fog and wind, but it brought about restraint and coldness that spread numbness. Lu Yin was shocked. If this continued, he would really be swallowed up. In the distance, Zhou looked up. He clearly had no pupils, but he seemed to be staring at Lu Yin with excitement. No one could escape the forefather's attack. Lu Yin's expression was stern. He stirred up a spatial line and disappeared into the darkness. Zhou was shocked. That was it. The darkness suddenly erupted as if Lu Yin's escape had angered it. It turned into a monster and spread out in all directions. Lu Yin kept retreating. He did not know if this darkness involved the level of sequence particles, but it definitely involved space. If not for that, he would not have been able to escape. Space and time were the most mystical powers. As long as he was given the chance, he could resolve his predicament. His domain touched the darkness, and it seemed to have found its source as it frantically spread towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned and kept retreating. He could not be swallowed up by the darkness again. Where did this power come from? He did not even see a progenitor. At this moment he turned back. There was an expert. Dan Pu kept approaching. Although he did not cultivate a domain, he was still a progenitor. His external perception was different from ordinary people's, and he could clearly sense Lu Yin and the deep darkness. "Are you Lu Yin?" Dan Pu asked loudly. Lu Yin found it strange that someone here could recognize him. "You are." Dan Pu was anxious. "Retreat, there's a monster there." Lu Yin did not need him to say anything to know, and he kept rushing towards Dan Pu. They moved quickly, but the darkness spread even faster. Not only did it spread from the center of the domain, but it also spread in all directions. It was like a prison that trapped everyone within. Dan Pu's expression turned ugly. How did you provoke this old monster? Lu Yin's expression turned solemn, and the sense of danger in his mind grew more intense. He felt as if something was about to awaken. This kind of danger rarely appeared, and it had happened once when he had faced Qing Kong. There was a powerhouse in this dark spacetime that could rival Qing Kong, and it could bring him a life or death crisis. I didn't want to either. I didn't know there was a monster here. Who are you? The two charged into outer space, constantly attacking to disperse the darkness. Dan Pu of the Lost Clan. Lu Yin was astonished. How do you know me? My clan told me to look for you. Dan Pu did not hide anything and spoke frankly. His eyes scanned his surroundings. This was troublesome. The darkness was thick and had already covered the top of his head. This old monster was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. It was not worth sacrificing himself for this brat. Lu Yin kept attacking, and he could see that the darkness above him was shrouded in darkness. He reached out to grab Dan Pu, who instinctively dodged. What are you doing? Lu Yin said, I'll take you out. Dan Pu was skeptical, but he could only trust Lu Yin. Since the clan had told him to keep an eye on Lu Yin, there had to be a reason. This person should have a good relationship with the clan. He did not want to be shrouded in darkness and be trapped in this dark domain. Lu Yin placed his hand on Dan Pu's shoulder and stirred up spatial lines. The two of them disappeared, and when they reappeared, they were outside the shrouded darkness. Dan Pu heaved a sigh of relief. They had really escaped. He was puzzled. How did you do it? He could not tell. It seemed like they had traveled through the void, but it was different. Scope. This old monster hasn't woken up yet. If he does, we won't be able to leave. Lu Yin watched as the dark domain was swallowed up by an even deeper darkness. He followed Dan Pu in a certain direction. What's here? What old monster? Dan Pu was apprehensive. The elder said that there's an old guy in the dark spacetime who has been in a deep slumber. No one knows what he's up to. My lost clan has been watching him for so many years, but he hasn't awakened. I didn't expect him to wake up the moment you arrived. What did you do? Nothing much. I almost wiped out the Dark Shadow clan, Lu Yin said casually. Dan Pu was stunned. So simple? How complicated is it? Lu Yin did not understand. Dan Pu was speechless. They had thought of this method before, but Elder Dan Gu did not want to make an enemy out of the slumbering person. It was not fun to force an enemy out, so they had given up. For so many years, the Lost Clan had tried to communicate with the Dark Shadow Man to get information about the slumbering person, but they had not succeeded. This brat was so violent. Why did you wipe out the Dark Shadow clan? Lu Yin said, it's not considered wiping out the Dark Shadow clan. I just attacked their patriarch. That power was summoned by that patriarch. I understand. The patriarch of the Dark Shadow clan has always had a way to awaken that old monster, but no one has been a threat to him for so many years, so he has never used it. No wonder the old monster did not wake up when this power was summoned. If we had known, we would have used force, Dan Pu said regretfully. The two were about to leave, but they suddenly stopped. Although they could not see, they knew very well that not far away, there was a deep darkness that formed a barrier-like existence, isolating them. Beyond the barrier, there was an even deeper darkness. There were layers upon layers, and they did not know how many layers there were. Although they had escaped the tenebrous domain, they had not been able to escape the dark spacetime immediately. To a progenitor, whether it was the tenebrous domain or the dark spacetime, they could change the world with a single thought. Dan Pu smiled bitterly. We can't leave unless we escape the endless battlefield. It's not impossible to encounter a life or death crisis. After all, we are not facing the everlasting tribe. Lu Yin looked back at the tenebrous domain and said in a low voice. Dan Pu sighed. The ruler is not so easy to fool. Even we have to explain to the Six Direction Society's master and possibly face the Grand Empyreans. This is the dark spacetime, so we can't even ask for help. Explain to the Grand Empyreans? Lu Yin did not want to face the Grand Empyreans right now. If he did, he might have to face the Shao Yin divinity. He could not be recognized. Then let's fight. Dan Pu took out her card and thought about it. Her head hurt. We can fight, but where is the person? If the Lost Clan wants to set up a trap, we have to at least find the person. Lu Yin frowned. The person? He could not find the person either. The deep darkness continued to close in on them. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Let's go to the tenebrous domain. The person must be there. Dan Pu nodded. I heard that you are quite bold despite your young age. Good, I hope you are not too weak. As long as we can find that old monster, I am confident that I can fight. With that, the two headed for the tenebrous domain.